Last year, New Year's ended up being pretty crazy. It honestly set the tone for the rest of the year, so I'm happy to see this one come to a close. It's obviously been about a year since the incident, but it still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. So, here's what went down. My friends and I decided to celebrate the New Year at a popular bar in Capitol Hill. Now, I won't name the bar, but let's just say that it's well known for its vibrant atmosphere and eclectic crowd. We were excited to ring in the new year and have a great time, which is usually the case when you decide to step out and celebrate. As the night progressed, a man caught our attention. He seemed harmless at first, but there was something off about him. He hovered near our group, making us feel pretty uncomfortable, with his intense gaze, accompanied by no words for the longest time. He approached us with a strange, forced smile, striking up a conversation that wasn't immediately intelligible. This man, who we later learned went by the name of Eric, started making creepy remarks that made our skin crawl. The first that we could understand through his mumbles was, "Can I pay you guys?" Which he then said even louder to one of my friends, "Can I pay you guys to take your clothes off somewhere private?" My friend was trying to relay the messages between us as he made inappropriate comments about our appearances. I don't even want to repeat most of them, but they usually involved us being naked and how our bodies were sexy, but also things like "you fucking whores," followed by laughter. Lots of unsettling, creepy things as his eyes lingered on us for far too long. It was evident that he was making us feel uneasy, and the friendly atmosphere of the bar quickly turned sour for us. By the time we all knew what was going on, we had managed to get away from him, or at least we thought we did. But we turned around, and there he was. But to make matters worse, Eric began invading our personal space. He would lean in too close, invading our personal boundaries, and he escalated to touching us, which made us cringe. It was clear that he had no concept of personal space or respect for our comfort levels. We desperately wanted to escape his clutches and enjoy the rest of our night in peace. My friend went to grab security for the club, but in those few moments before they arrived, we felt like sitting ducks. After enduring his unsettling presence for what felt like an eternity, we decided enough was enough. We made a plan to ditch him discreetly, hoping he wouldn't follow. We headed in the direction of the bathrooms at first, but then a beeline for security. We made it to our friend and pointed in the direction of the man, but we didn't stick around to find out what happened. We were relieved that someone else knew about him and that we had managed to escape his creepy, prying eyes. We decided that that was the last that we'd see of him, and we made our way to another club. Halfway there, we noticed that just behind a group of maybe 3 or 4 people was Eric. Most of us noticed him immediately upon looking, but a couple kept walking. We ducked into a restaurant after calling after them. The place was absolutely packed, as was everywhere on New Year's. But this was also the kind of place that wasn't welcoming walk-ins. We explained the situation to the hostess and said that we just wanted to wait for someone that we felt was potentially dangerous and following us to pass. We watched as he almost passed the restaurant, only to stop and open the door. Surprised by the amount of people, he at first didn't see us. Then he spotted either me or my friend or both and started walking towards us, only to be interrupted by a man who'd heard us telling the story to the hostess. The man told Eric to leave, to turn around and get out of the restaurant. He didn't put up any sort of fight. He didn't like that sort of attention on him. That was clear. Before leaving the restaurant ourselves, we called our 2 friends who'd kept walking. I got a hold of one, who was with the other. She'd heard us say that it was him and to come here, but since they were far ahead of us, they just kept walking for a minute, where she explained to our other friend that they needed to duck into the next bar or restaurant because the dude from the club was following them. She then said moments before my call, she had watched the guy start flipping out after leaving our restaurant. He was waving his arms, screaming at random people, and eventually took off in the opposite direction of downtown. Even though he was leaving the festivities, we ended up calling it a night early. Didn't even watch the ball drop or anything from the apartment. We didn't feel too sorry for ourselves, though. After all, we were all right? Fast forward a couple of months later, we stumbled upon a news story that made our stomachs drop and absolutely blew our minds. The same man, Eric, who'd made our New Year's Eve so uncomfortable. He'd been arrested for a heinous crime in a town not too far from Seattle. The news reported that he had stabbed and killed a couple in a horrifying act of violence. Learning about the fate of that man, we couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if we hadn't managed to escape that night. It was a sobering reminder of how important it is to trust our instincts and look out for each other's safety. So, trust your gut. If someone gives you the creeps, don't hesitate to remove yourself from the situation. Stay safe out there. Always be aware of your surroundings. When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interests, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a freaking candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning. Though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on a spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no, my parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen, and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit even for the 90s. But I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were. But my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel on the RV and started unscrewing things like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us. And it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope. We hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive but also laughing, so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. 2 of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other 2 positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the 2 by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, so there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their 4-wheelers, and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us, we started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more 4-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, two older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. We didn't have a real Boy Scout or Brownie Scout troop when I was a kid, but we did have a few parents who took kids camping during summer breaks. We didn't earn badges or anything like that. We mostly went hiking and roasted marshmallows with the occasional ghost story. We were a small group, usually a couple of adults and 5 or 6 kids, but there were only 4 of us the last time I went. My friend's dad and uncle had taken us to a spot that we'd been to a dozen or more times. There was nothing new or different about it from any other trips. We had 4 tents, 1 for each of the adults and 2 for the kids. That first night, we went to bed around 10, but only the adults actually went to sleep. After an hour, we were bored, and we decided to go exploring. We went back up the same small trail that we'd hiked that morning, one that we had all been on countless times. There was a gnarly, twisted tree that was always used as a turnaround point, but we didn't see it that time. We walked for what felt like too long, and finally realized we didn't see anything that looked familiar. Our flashlights weren't anything fancy, so we had just been pointing them at the ground and talking the whole time. No one had really paid attention to where we were going. Assuming that we passed the tree, we turned back. Again, too much time had passed. We still never saw the tree or anything familiar. It was starting to look like we turned onto a different trail or something, but we didn't recognize anything. We knew the whole area well. One of us should have recognized something. That's about the time that we started hearing movement in the woods. It sounded like a big animal, but the biggest thing that we have is black bears, and none of us had ever seen one around the campsite. We tried to find the source with our flashlight, but the trees were too thick to see anything. Whatever it was coming closer, so we walked away, and then it started running, so we started running. Its footsteps were way heavier than a person's, and we could hear tree limbs breaking as it rushed through the woods. I've never run so fast in my life. I assumed the others were behind me, but I was too afraid to actually look back. I'm not sure how far or how long we ran, but eventually I fell down. 2 of my friends were behind me and stopped to pull me up. That's when we realized it was quiet again. Nothing was chasing us, and we recognized the path we were on, finally. I'm not sure how we got to it. It was a different one from where we started, and they weren't supposed to connect, but we never actually left the trail. We yelled for our missing friend, but he never appeared. It was almost daylight, even though we hadn't been gone nearly long enough for the sun to be up. So we went back to camp. We hoped our friend would already be there, but we only found 2 angry, hungover chaperones looking everywhere for us. It felt like we were gone for maybe an hour or 2, but it had been over 6 hours. We were made to stay at camp while the adults went to look for our missing friend. They were gone for over an hour and came back empty-handed. We called the police after that and spent the rest of the day being interviewed while search and rescue took over. They never found a trace of our friend or anything that could have been chasing us. Everyone treated us like we made the whole thing up, but they never found any discrepancies in our stories. There were no more camping trips after that. Nobody would have wanted to go even if someone had tried to organize one. A lot of people blamed the chaperones, even though they genuinely did nothing wrong. I just have no frickin' clue what happened that night, no matter how many times I tell this story. Back in 2021, my husband and I were camping in Wyoming at the Boise Reservoir. We got really lucky. We were able to book a beachfront site directly leading to the water, but the downside was that it was very, very far away from the other campsites. We were essentially isolated from everyone else. At the time, though, it sounded like a dream come true. The thing about Wyoming is that it's so desolate to the point where it's pitch black and eerily dead silent once the sun is gone. We set up our camp, enjoyed our fire, but shortly after that, a random SUV with blacked out windows came driving down our road and into our site. They drove towards us. My husband tried to wave at them in case they were lost and needed help, but instead they ignored us and drove down to the beach, stayed there for about 5 minutes, turned around and went back up the way they came. We immediately got a bad vibe. My husband told me to throw everything in the car, and he kept shining the flashlight toward the beach because he had a feeling that they had dropped someone off to watch us. After we packed up, we got in the car and hauled ass. Lo and behold, the same car drove back into our campsite, and when they saw us leaving, they actually started to chase us. Mind you, the roads in Wyoming are bumpy and unkept, especially in the wilderness. On top of that, enormous wildlife that wanders in and out of the streets. My husband said, "I have to go fast. Are you okay with that?" And I said, "Just go and get us out of here." We were easily going over 80 miles an hour down these windy roads and even through a canyon. They were on our tail for about 10 minutes until we lost them after passing through the canyon. Most terrifying experience of our lives. We think about it to this day, wonder what could have happened if we didn't listen to our gut at that moment. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident, and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. And that's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped. as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then He ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. I was driving home after another late night at work. The road was pitch black, the kind of darkness that kind of swallows everything around it except for the narrow beam of your headlights. Out here in the middle of nowhere, it was just me, the trees, and the occasional nocturnal animal darting across the road. My house wasn't much further, just a mile, and I'd be safe inside. And then, out of nowhere, a figure burst from the woods and staggered into the road. I barely had time to react. I swerved hard, adrenaline instantly flooding my veins as my tires skidded on the gravel road. The figure was a woman, her body illuminated in the flash of my headlights. She was covered in blood. Her face was that of someone who was terrified, and she screamed, waved her arms frantically. My first instinct immediately wasn't heroic. I was panicked. My heart pounded as I veered around her, gripping the steering wheel so tightly I remember my knuckles cracking. For a fleeting, shameful moment, I thought about just driving on. But as soon as she disappeared from my rearview mirror, guilt and fear overtook me. What if she was seriously hurt? What if she needed help? What kind of person would I be if I just left her there? I slammed on the brakes, and the woman was running towards my car now, limping, clutching her side. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. I unlocked the door and rolled down the window. My voice was shaking as I asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" Her words spilled out in a frantic rush, barely coherent. Her boyfriend had attacked her, beaten her, and he wasn't far behind. He was in the woods, she said, chasing her. The way her wide, desperate eyes darted toward the tree line made my stomach hurt. "Get in," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. The second she climbed in, I hit the lock button and stomped on the gas. My hands were trembling on the wheel. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see a shadowy figure charging out of the woods. "We need to call the police," I said, fumbling for my phone with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. My brain felt like it was moving through molasses. I was struggling to process what was happening while also scanning the road ahead and the darkness behind us. Her voice cracked as she begged me, "Please don't stop. Just don't stop. He'll catch us." I had no intention of stopping, though I doubted he was going to catch up with us on foot, certainly not with how I was driving. But there was no way I was going to wait on the side of the road with some violent maniac on our heels. I did call 911, my voice shaky as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. The operator asked me to wait for an officer to arrive at our location, but I cut her off, my voice sharper than I intended. "No, I'm not waiting. I'm taking her to the hospital. If he's out here, I'm not sitting on the side of the road like a sitting duck." The dispatcher relented, agreeing to have officers meet us at the hospital. I pushed the car as fast as I could dare. My eyes were flickering between the road, the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights. When we finally reached the hospital, the bright lights of the emergency entrance felt like a lifeline. 2 police cruisers were already waiting, their blue and red lights flashing. I pulled into the drop-off lane, and the woman bolted out of my car, collapsing into the arms of a waiting nurse. I sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel. My body was still vibrating with adrenaline. Even as the police took my statement, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man that she was running from might have been closer than I realized, just out of sight, watching us the whole time. When I was a kid, my mom always cooked black-eyed peas and cabbage for New Year's. It's supposed to bring good luck and money for the coming new year. But since I hate both, I would always drop the food out my window. We lived in the country with lots of woods and wildlife, so I knew it would be gone by morning. It worked like a charm until I was 14. As always, I threw the food out the window. I waited 15 minutes and then took my plate into the kitchen. The worst part was how my mom always said, "See, that wasn't such a bad trade, was it?" The disgruntled teen in me was desperate to inform her I hadn't participated in their ritual since I was 7, but that would have just resulted in receiving a fresh plate. I had actually promised myself I would save that pleasure for the New Year's after my 18th birthday, but ironically, this was my final year to throw out the food. After returning to my room, I began playing my Xbox and forgot all about the cabbage and peas until I heard something walking through the snow outside my window. Thinking a possum had already come for the food, I just ignored it. But then there was it was almost like a grunting noise, like an actual pig at a trough. In other words, this definitely wasn't a possum. I went to see what it could be, more curious than scared at this point, and glanced down to see a giant black shape crouch beneath my window. There was just enough light from the moon and the porch to see it greedily shoveling handfuls of food into its mouth. Handfuls. It had hands. It was way too big to be a raccoon. If not for how unnatural it appeared, I would have automatically assumed it was a human. But this thing definitely wasn't human, I swear. For starters, its legs were way too long, and the knees bent into sharp points that stuck out sideways. If you were to crouch down like this, your knees would be at a slight angle, and these were fully pointed out sideways at right angles. Likewise, its elbows seemed to bend inwards, and it made it seem as if it was shoveling food into its mouth with the back of its hand. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, and it immediately looked up at me, dropping its food. Where its eyes should have been were just two small lights, like someone extracted only the soft glow of two nightlights and inserted them into the monster's eye sockets. It saw me, and I wanted so badly to dive under my bed, but I was frozen in place. The creature sneered at me, showing off its impressive fangs. Its mouth and snout were reminiscent of a wolf's. Then, it stood on its hind legs, and even though the bottom of my window was at least 5 feet high or more, its eyes were now dead even with my own. The light in my room was bright enough that I could now tell that this thing was covered in coarse fur. It looked like the bristles of a wire brush, like it would hurt just to touch it. There's no telling how long we stood there that way. If it hadn't moved, I probably would have remained frozen until the sun rose. But it began sniffing at the air, like it was trying to decide if I smelled tasty. Then it took another step closer, and the spell was finally broken. I screamed and ran from my room, crying for my parents like a little kid. They couldn't understand my words, but something was clearly very wrong. Even if I'd been capable of speaking, I wouldn't have known what to say. Instead, I dragged my dad to my room where I stood in the hallway and pointed to my window. While he went to look, Mom came to stand with me, and I could feel her shaking as well. Dad didn't say anything at first. He just seemed confused, but then he turned on his phone's flashlight to look again. This time he noticeably stiffened and closed my curtains as he stepped away. He said nobody was there anymore and asked if I could describe whoever I saw. I hesitated, not understanding why he assumed I saw a person when I hadn't actually said anything, but all I could do was stutter. My mom was panicking, repeatedly asking what he saw, until he finally said that there were footprints beneath my window. They were too large to belong to an animal, but the toes were shaped so strangely, too strangely for a human. He wanted to go outside for a closer look, but I became completely inconsolable at the thought. I was fully convinced the creature would kill my dad if he even opened the front door. Thankfully, Mom made him stay inside, and though fresh snow had covered the tracks by morning, Dad found claw marks around my window. He said it looked like a bear had been scratching at it, but we don't have bears around here. I never told them exactly what I saw. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. Even my dad never admitted exactly what he thought those footprints were shaped like. I was fortunate enough never to see the creature again, and I also never threw food out my window again, but yeah, I still think about it every single New Year's. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but it seems like a lot of people say they feel better after sharing their own experiences. So, I figured, what the hell? Maybe if I just embrace what happened, I can finally stop having these yearly flashbacks.
My dad was a property manager for a small apartment complex in Chula Vista, California. My parents and I lived in San Diego when this happened, but I used to play at the complex a lot as a kid. It was across the street from our house, and my dad handled all the landscaping on the block. When he became the property manager, he spent less time on site and more time on the phone, mainly taking phone calls from residents who were mainly elderly folk. He'd rented to them for years. One day, he got a call that one of his residents had passed away inside their unit. The woman had lived in her apartment for almost 20 years, having lived there even before my dad ran the place. It was this woman that he would often joke about, saying, "Who needs security cameras when you have Alma?" Which was true. Alma often called my father to complain about or report basically anything. Whether it was the new neighbors, a car parked outside too long, the shape of the palm trees, you name it. She kept him busy. Still, she was a loving woman, and our family knew her very well. So her passing was sad news for us. She had no family of her own. At least that's what we learned when no one came forward for burial plans, and no one came forward to claim anything from her home. Eventually, my father had the place cleaned out, putting a lot of stuff in the apartment complex's large storage unit, just in case someone ever did come forward. Within only a day of listing the place, my father had several inquiries, but for several months, he couldn't keep the place occupied. The first incident really confused our family. My dad had rented the place to a woman about his age. She was perfectly normal, as he put it, until one day he received a frantic voicemail from that woman. She claimed that somebody else was either in her apartment or had access to it. She refused to stay there, telling my father that she wanted her deposit back and that she'd be having movers come and get her stuff. She even threatened to sue my dad, but to avoid that, he gave her the money back and he relisted the apartment. And then same thing. Filled almost immediately, but also vacated equally as quick. This time, the tenant said that they could tell that someone had been coming into the apartment. Even stranger, he said that he almost didn't complain about it because whoever was coming in seemed to be helping him, folding towels that he knew he didn't fold. He said he felt like someone had been watching him in his room one night, and that's when he decided he had to tell my dad about the strangeness and he had to move out. It wasn't until the third incident that things started to make sense. my dad received a call from the woman who was now living in the apartment. She asked my dad if he wouldn't mind telling her about the woman that lived there before her. My dad was confused and explained that it was actually a man that had lived there and it was just a short time. But after her next question, my dad knew who she was talking about. No, this would be the woman, the one with the red hair. My dad tells our family the story at dinner, and my mom freaks out, exclaiming, "I told you so." Apparently, after the other people had mentioned it, my mom told my dad that she also thought that somebody was watching her. Whenever she would go to clean the apartment in between residents, she said she always felt like someone was with her. She told my dad she wasn't scared. She thought it was Alma. My dad had just continued to joke it off, saying that people were just cheap and that my mom was scaring herself because Alma had passed away there. But now, sitting at the table, I could see that he was believing the stories. His phone call earlier with the current tenant had resulted in the woman ultimately saying that she couldn't stay there. She told my dad that she'd seen the woman many times over the last week, and she was starting to get a strong feeling that she wasn't welcome in that space. She said she loved the apartments, and she wanted to rent the unit across from hers. It didn't have as big of a kitchen, but she didn't mind. And so that happened. Afterwards, my mom wouldn't let my dad rent the unit out any longer. She said it seemed like bad luck or something. My dad decided that it was just as well, since by now he'd lost more money trying to rent it out than he'd gained. And at least if it was vacant, he could break even. Once he agreed, my mom had Alma's things moved from the storage unit back into the apartment. They decided that they would use it as the model unit, where they could show the residents the space, furnished. And that's what it was for several years, a show apartment that resembled Alma's old space. It definitely seemed right. Today, so almost 10 years later, it remains in our family. I took over managing the property a couple of years ago. I saw Alma only one time. It was truly out of the corner of my eye. But I could feel her presence even when I couldn't see her. I still often tend to feel that she's around, but like my mother, I'm not frightened. And ever since I moved into her old apartment, I can feel that Alma doesn't mind that I stay here. I actually think that she prefers it. And honestly, I don't mind it either. So this happened in my dad's school year of 1987, in the outskirts of Mason City, Iowa, a small cornfield town in northern Iowa that has some interesting American history, cultural notes. It's the official crash site the day rock and roll died in 1959, the Music Man, various American outlaws. But it is ultimately overlooked. Basically, my dad was a member of the high school football team, the Mohawks. And the rules stated that in order to participate in school events, athletes were not allowed to participate in alcohol or drugs. Obviously, they were teenagers, so this rule meant nothing. Just that now, after winning a good game, the team would have to have their celebrations be a secret. One night, my dad and his buddies on the team went out to an old abandoned farm on the outskirts of town, where they partied around a campfire, getting drunk and smoking some solid blunts. My dad got into a game of tag, and while running away from his friends, my dad came around the back of the barn, which was immediately in the tree line, and he was face to face with something. He described it as very humanoid in appearance. He was 5'8" at the time, and this alien was almost at his height, but still taller. The alien was enveloped in some sort of stealth camouflage, head to toe. It wasn't translucent because he couldn't see anything inside of it. only the things behind it. The first predator had just come out at the time, and that's what he jokingly compared it to, but later, he would say that it was more like a drinking glass. The alien, it wasn't invisible by any means, as he could see very clearly, but he couldn't make out any details, and everything behind it was visible, but blurry and smudged. It made no sounds at all, nor did it really move much. It stood in a combat stance, and at its hip, it was holding a weird sort of box, which it was aiming at my dad like a gun. My dad likes to think that he scared it as much as it did him, but he really had no way of knowing. His first thought was to tackle the thing out of fear, but he kind of understood the implication of it pointing the box thing at him, and he wasn't trying to get shot. Next thing my dad knows, his friend puts his hand on his shoulder, and clearly seeing the same creature, and just as terrified, he whispers my dad's name. Don't fucking move. At which point, the alien started backing off a bit, but still facing them both. They slowly got up and began doing the same, until both were out of sight of each other. My dad, until the day he died, still wasn't sure what he saw, other than it being some sort of alien, and he was vastly interested in alien stories and mythology for the rest of his life. He compared what he saw to a story almost like Travis Walton to an extent. He would make some efforts to get his story told by meeting with people from MUFON, people that found his story to be highly credible, if only he could get his friend, the other witness, to speak out about the situation as well. He was told that such alien encounters, face to face, are practically the rarest kind of sightings. But nothing really ever happened that big in the end, which is sad because he thought that people needed to know what he saw. So I've been a late-night janitor at schools for a while now. I just like cleaning and chilling on my own. Last week, I started a new job at this school that's part of a church. I'm not religious at all, but it seems like a nice place, and the pay isn't bad. I'm primarily in charge of cleaning the early childhood area and the halls before locking up and heading home. I go around with the cart, wiping everything down, and making sure to empty the trash cans while the janitor before me is still there. After they leave, I'm left with the mop and the vacuum to finish the rooms and move on to the hallway. Now, I'm no spiritual guy, but there's an infant room that has lots of big toys and cribs. There's not much to do over there because that's just where babies go to lie down and sleep. So, I only vacuum it every other day or as needed. Yesterday was not one of those days. The other half of the room is tile with a table for eating and such. So I wipe everything down on that end every night and then do the floor. That's the layout of nearly all of the rooms, though the rest need a thorough vacuuming every day. So now, the day janitor has left, and I'm vacuuming each room. I do the first, no problem. I move on to the second, and I realize that I haven't checked my phone in a few hours. So there I am, just leaning against the counter, chilling for a second, when I hear the creepiest noise that I could have heard. I hear children singing a peekaboo song. Now, I don't like kids at nighttime. I don't like kids in horror movies. Kids during the day, fine, cool. Kids in the dark, not my scene. I look up and stand there, staring at the doorway. I start sweating a cold, nervous sweat. A lot of it, too. I wait just a minute. Now let me remind you that I haven't touched anything in that room, but the restroom and tabletops on the opposite side. After I cool off a minute, it goes off again. I moved on with my vacuuming after another minute or so of saying things like, "I'm just here to clean and make money, man. I'm cool, I swear." The rest of my job is trash, in the literal sense. After I'm done vacuuming, I decide that it's trash time. I leave my coat by the front exit, so I have to walk the whole hallway to get it. As I walk past the infant room, I hear the singing again, louder. As I'm right beside the room, I slowly, and not so surely, look back over my shoulder, and I see in the middle of the gated sleep area a giant toy playhouse. When I look back, it's still singing to me, with the doors wide open and a light blinking on and off. I keep chugging along, not about to die tonight, I whisper as I mop the room later on. To my knowledge, it didn't go off another time. Now, after I'm done with my work, I sit on a bench near the entrance for the last few minutes of my shift, and I wait for my ride. I have to turn everything but the entrance lights off, so I'm left with a long, dark hall. As I'm waiting, I play on my phone again, mainly to pass time, partially as a distraction. I'm sitting there, and I hear a thump, followed by what sounded like the door open and shut around the corner, the exact location of that room. All I can do is sit there and stare down the hall until I hear the car pull in. I left in a hurry, and later, I looked up the playhouse to get some visuals. At the time, I wasn't exactly sure that it was the one, but I believe that it's the big Fisher-Price Laugh and Learn puppy smart home. It's got a red roof and a big red door and a light on the right side. What I didn't find was any mention of malfunctions or similar reports. The next morning, I did send a text asking the caretakers about that toy. They said that it randomly goes off, and they don't know why. My name is Gary, and this happened to me my senior year of high school. It's not a ghost story, but it's definitely the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I lived in West Tennessee, and we usually get 2 or 3 snow days every year. The area wasn't used to so much snow, so normally a small amount could get us out for the day. This particular day should have been a snow day, but for whatever reason, the school decided the roads were safe enough, even though there were plenty of patches of ice on them. We were all annoyed, but went to school anyways. After school got out, I went to my friend John's house and we hung out, played video games until it got pretty dark and I decided to drive home. Mind you, the roads had gotten a little bit better, but some ice was still there. It's about a 15-minute drive from John's house to mine, but I was trying to be extra careful not to hit any ice, so it was going to be a little bit longer than usual. Leaving John's neighborhood, there's this blind hill behind you that always stresses me out because if someone came through fast, they might rear end me. The road isn't very busy, so it's never been a big deal, but this time, a car came over the hill right as I pulled out, and they had to slam on their brakes because I just pulled out in front of them, technically. In my defense, they were going way too fast, but I still felt bad. They laid on their horn and were clearly angry with me, but I gave a small apology wave and went on my way. But they remained behind me. 10 minutes later, they're still behind me and tailgating me, now with their brights on, making it even harder for me to see. I was getting nervous because they were clearly very mad, and I realized by this point that they were following me. I didn't know what to do, and I definitely didn't want to lead them to my house, so I started taking random turns, trying to lose them. But they were right on me the whole time. Eventually, I started driving faster so that maybe I could get enough distance between us so that I could make a turn that they wouldn't see. Big mistake. In hindsight, I should have just driven to the police station. But for whatever reason, I thought this was the best idea. Going a good deal over the speed limit, I find a turn and begin to brake slightly so that I wouldn't turn at full speed. But as I was beginning to turn, I hit a patch of black ice, and my car slid off the road and into a small ditch. Crap. I didn't want to floor it because I was afraid that my car would tip over on its side, so I just sat there in disbelief until I look into the rearview mirror and see that their car is now parked on the side of the road with the driver and the passenger door open. Before I know it, my car door swings open, a man unbuckles my seatbelt and rips me out of my car. I really regret not locking my door because the man and his friend proceeded to kick the ever-living crap out of me, while I curled in a ball and screamed for them to stop. They just kept cussing at me and kicking until they were satisfied. They got back in their car and drove off. At this point, I was completely shaken and hurting. I got back in the car and I called my mom. She told me to call the police and that she was on her way to pick me up. The police arrived, but honestly, I didn't have anything to tell them other than it was two guys in a sedan. They followed me out of a neighborhood and beat me up. It was dark, so I didn't really know what kind of car, and I didn't know what they looked like. So, the cops never found out who beat me up that night. If I had just driven to the police station instead of trying to lose them myself, I would have saved myself a lot of pain. So, for anyone who's being followed or thinks they're being followed, just drive to the police station, because you never know what common maniac you might accidentally piss off on the road. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I woke up to a strange man standing over my bed. I remember feeling very groggy and looking at him, trying to figure out if I recognized him. As my eyes got clearer, I could see that he was holding his finger to his lips in a shh manner. So I stayed quiet. He waved at me. I waved back. And then he walked out of my room. I'm not sure why it didn't scare me, other than I wasn't a very jumpy kid. So I fell back asleep. When I woke up, it was pure chaos. Apparently, someone had broken into our house the night before. They'd stolen a bunch of our electronics, busted a couple of windows, and of course, visited my room. Naturally, my parents filed a police report. I had to give a statement about the man that I'd seen in my room. And they did eventually catch the burglars. Granted, I don't think it was due to my description. It was actually because they decided to do the same thing to our next-door neighbors less than a week later. But our neighbors had a security system. And after all of this, my family got one too. I think back to this story now as an adult with children of my own, and it truly horrifies me. Though nothing happened to me, what if? I think it was truly just the luck of the draw. So as to take no chances, I too have a security system. And I'm grateful that, so far, no strange encounters. I used to drive trucks for a living, and this is a story about the time that I almost met a murderer. Truck drivers usually have pretty specific routes they like to take due to the size of their rigs and the places that they have to go. My personal favorites over the years were routes to and from Florida. They were really nice scenic roads, and not a lot of normal travelers like to travel the long way. One year in particular, I was hurting for extra cash. So I ended up taking some new jobs. One of the jobs would be the first to take me through North Dakota. Some truck drivers like these routes, but I found them to be a bit populated. I'm not a fan for having to watch out for other traffic. Believe it or not, most truck drivers are smarter and safer drivers than the average Joe, and that makes me nervous, but I was doing my best. I pulled off at a way station, deciding that I wanted to take a more isolated road. Once I found that route, I made my way. Much better at first. Not a lot of drivers at all. But eventually, I was driving down a stretch of road, and I saw what looked like a car pulled off to the side. I started to slow down for obvious reasons, and as I got closer, I could see that the trunk was wide open. I scanned the area, and I could see that no one was near the car. I passed the car at a bit of a slow crawl, and I decided that I would pull off to the side just ahead of their car. When I did this, I saw somebody quickly emerge from the bushes from my rearview mirror. But as soon as they saw my truck, they darted back into the bushes. I wasn't sure if this guy needed help or not, or if he meant harm. But I always carry a gun, so I grabbed it, tucked it in my holster, and got out of the truck. I called out saying, "Hey man, do you need some help? Do you need to use a phone or anything?" But nobody responded. As I got closer, I started to examine the scene that I was walking into. Open trunk, passenger door wide open. Back seat had a large stain on it. Blood. I hear someone in the bushes, and instead of sticking around, I ran back to my truck. I jotted down the license plate, and I hit the road. I had a pretty bad feeling, so I called the police to make a report. I gave the officers all of the information that I could over the phone. I was on the job, and I wouldn't be back through for a couple of days. They said they'd call if they needed anything. As I made the route back home just a couple days later, I got curious and decided that I would take the same route, see if anything ever came of that area, maybe even call the police station to see if they ever found the guy that I'd reported. Outside of the nothingness of it all, you could see yellow police caution tape swaying in the wind. Holy shit. They actually found something. I called the police station, but I was told that a detective would call me back. By the time I hit a rest stop, I hadn't received a call, so I decided to do some research. There it was, published just 2 days before I was reading it. The morning after, I would have reported the car and the driver. Man's body found in ditch off highway in Richland County. Suspect in custody. As I read the article, I received even more confirmation, as the police stated in the article that they'd received a call from a concerned passerby who had seen the car with the trunk open and a man acting suspicious. Not by any means a happy story. I mean, someone did lose their life. But I was glad I made the choice to take that road, because it definitely helped get that guy put away. I was recently discussing ghosts and sharing ghost stories with my best friend, and remembered this strange experience I'd had during outdoor education camp in 6th grade. I realized I hadn't thought about it for many years and decided to write about it here, because to this day, I have no idea what I actually saw, and it still gives me the creeps. My best friend had also been there at the time, but I'd been too afraid to tell her about what I'd seen, in case I was just crazy. We're now both in our early 30s. It was 2001, and the whole 6th grade class, so about 60 kids, had a week-long camping field trip in some redwoods, a couple of hours from our school. It was supposed to be a celebration for finishing elementary school, basically a week of swimming, hiking, crafts, and adventure. It was great fun. On one of the last nights, the camp aides took us on a night hike into the forest. There were about 5 to 10 camp counselors and teachers with flashlights, and the students got little glow sticks to hold. We first gathered in a large soccer field to get directions and organize our group. It was very dark, and we could see all of the stars in the sky. We were surrounded by thick, dark forest. As I marveled at the nature around me, I saw something white flittering about in my peripheral vision. I turned to see a strange, rapidly shifting, white entity. It seemed like it was glitching, the way that it was sort of blinking in and out of existence. It was almost pitch black outside, yet the figure seemed to be internally lit, with sparks of energy. Thinking it was my eyes adjusting to the dark, seeing floaters or ocular debris, I rubbed my eyes and blinked. I looked straight at it, expecting it to disappear, but it didn't. It actually seemed to become aware of me looking at it, as it moved back into the trees a little further, as I continued to watch it move about. When I looked away, I could still see it in the corner of my eye, starting to come closer. It emerged from the perimeter of the forest. At first, it looked like a humanoid, diaphanous figure. Then, it morphed into a wolf-like figure, running on all fours quickly. There was a good distance between me and this spirit, but I was still scared, and I felt sick to my stomach. I thought I was going crazy or something was wrong with my eyes. I didn't believe in ghosts, and I'd only had a couple of spooky encounters like cabinet slamming. Up until this moment, I'd always felt there was a logical explanation to everything. Anyways, we finally began our hike. My best friend was right next to me, but I told her nothing of this creepy-ass, shifting, transparent creature thing in the forest. The thought of her not being able to see it or thinking that I was crazy, that was too much of a risk. To my relief, we turned away from the side of the forest where the thing was, and we start to enter the forest on the opposite side. The trail was very steep. We hiked in a long line, with the camp aides at the front, middle, and end of the group. I was somewhere in the middle. After 15 minutes or so of hiking, I remember feeling a prickly sensation down my spine, and my stomach churned. I glanced behind me, and that's when I see the forest thing at the very back of the line, following us, or me. Although there were still a lot of kids in the line separating me and the thing, it was much closer than before when it was in the woods by the field. It now had a distinctly humanoid form, although its edges seemed blurry and in still constant flux. It had no face, and if I stared at it directly, it would fade somewhat, but not disappear. And like before, when looking at it peripherally, it became much more solid in form. I was scared shitless, but still said nothing to anyone. I decided my eyes were still tricking me. Once we got to the top of our destination, it was time to turn around. I saw the figure still hanging at the end of the line. Then, the front of the line doubled back, and to my horror, I realized I would be forced to pass the white figure. As soon as I got within 15 or 20 feet of the figure, it dissipated, like steam or smoke, right in front of me. I never saw it again. I didn't sleep that night in the open-air cabin, and I was very relieved that we were going home the next day. I've been a property manager for a little over a decade now, But the first property I was hired on to manage almost made me rethink my career choice. A resident overdosed in their apartment, and I found them when coming to address their second month's past due rent. Before I got to the door, I noticed the red envelope I delivered last month. It still lay unopened on her welcome mat. The mailbox next to her door was also full. It too had a letter taped on the lid from the post office, informing the resident of paused deliveries due to its capacity. Observations of this kind led me to believe the occupant had bailed on their lease. When I knocked, it sounded like animal scratches were coming from the back bedroom. The thought of them abandoning their dog is what prompted me to enter the unit and check. The apartment hung with a thick, sickening odor that still makes me retch thinking about it. Thankfully, I didn't find any animals. Unfortunately, I did find the body of a young woman. The situation, although tragic, is also an unfortunate common part of my job, at least in the town where I live. Because a lot of the time, where people live is also where they die. The next day, cleaning crews were in. None of the family notified showed up to claim any of her belongings, so it was protocol for maintenance to take it all to the dump. One of the maintenance men stopped by my office with a box of books and said that it would be a shame to discard such literature, and he offered them to me. I agreed with him, and I gladly took the box of books. When I brought the box home, I began to unpack my new books. Stashed amongst the hardback novels, I discover a diary. Immediately, I realize it's that girl's diary. And for the next 2 days, I struggle with the dichotomy of sadness and morbid curiosity. But I decide to read it. Not for entertainment, but to honestly explore another human being's point of view. What decisions led her to where I found her? That's where our story began together. But why? I'd spent weeks reading through her diaries, almost feeling beside her as she reached to understand not only herself, but the relationships that she had around her. Loves who didn't love back, and loves that she only pretended to love because she was tired of waiting. She even mentions me a couple of times from our interactions when she first moved in. Some pages were decorated in intricate self-portraits, but most with incoherent rants, a mess of scattered words, if put together, probably resembled messages of SOS buried amongst the hardback novels. Near the end of her diary, though, she begins referencing a demon that followed her home. The tone of her writing also shifts at this point. Her entries less frequent and looking more like a checklist of daily tasks rather than an analysis of happenings like they once were. Aside from her last entry, I am writing an exact excerpt from her diary. The walls of my apartment bleed with sin. The demons live here now. After that whole incident, the energy never really felt comfortable in that unit. I felt it. The maintenance people felt it. New residents even mentioned feeling weird during our open house showings. Maybe I wouldn't have such a weirded out perception of this place if I didn't read the girl's diaries. But I do think that the sorrow she wrote about, it somehow stained the energy there. This is a ghost encounter I had when I was 16. While I was in junior high, the duplex my family lived in never felt right to me, especially mine and my little brother's room. In our room, we had our own beds with a TV against the opposite wall in between, and a closet in the far corner facing our beds. I'd been waking up at night from hearing things in our room, but I would never see anything. I'd think that my brother was watching TV. We kept it on, but muted at night, since he was afraid of the dark. But he was always asleep, and the TV was still muted, so I would just go back to sleep. After a few weeks of this happening, I asked my friend, who was in a video club, if I could borrow his camera, just for a night, to see what was happening, and he agreed. That night, my brother was at our aunt's house, so I angled the camera on my headboard so that our beds, the TV, which was off, closet, and door were all in view. I hit record and I laid down. In the middle of the night, the TV turned on to static, and the closet door slowly opened. A shadow figure emerges from within, but gradually shrinks as it passes my brother's bed, eventually disappearing as it nears the TV. Up to this point, all was quiet. But then, this faint laughter of a little girl could be heard as the static on the TV screen seemed to warp and slowly move in a horizontal line across the screen, as if following something that passed in front of it. Afterwards, the laughing stopped. Then the shadow reemerges, in full height, in between our beds. It bends over my sleeping body, slowly sinks down, through me and my bed, disappearing. Immediately after, I start to sit up, but a shirt flies violently from the closet, hitting and wrapping around my head, sending me back down. The last thing you see is me pry the shirt from my face and jump out of the bed before the camera shuts off. The next day at school, my friend and I sat down to watch the video. And as you can imagine, I was pretty terrified because I remember nothing from last night. And to make things even more strange, the camera had reset itself to factory settings the moment that my friend and I finished watching the video. Later, we found out that the memory card was wiped completely. Even after only watching the clip once, it burned itself into my memory, and it still creeps me out thinking about what any of it could mean. Two years ago, I worked the front desk at a large hospital in the Houston area. I would usually only work the day shift, and prior to this event, I never felt strange or unsafe about that place. I mean, it's a hospital, so there's that side of it, but generally, it was a nice place to work. I'd been taking my break in the small break lounge. It was just out of view of the front desk. And at the time, I was just reading a magazine and sipping coffee. I heard someone ring the bell at the front desk. Someone was covering the front desk, so there wasn't really any reason for anyone to ring the bell. But I got up and walked around the corner because I obviously didn't want someone to have to wait. I exited the lounge, but I saw no one at the front desk. No coworker, and there was no one that seemed to be waiting. So I turned around, and just as I went to walk back into the lounge, ding, ding. I freeze, and then I turn around, and there's no one. I run back into the lounge, and moments later my coworker pops inside the room, asking if I had seen who was waiting. And did I hear the sound coming from down the hallway? I answer the best I can that I didn't see anyone press the bell, trying to explain that it was just the opposite, that I heard it, but I saw no one, even when I was practically looking right at it. And then I asked her what noise in the hall. She said it sounded like someone had run from the waiting room down the hall. She could hear the running and the incoherent shouting of a man. My coworker looked as spooked as I did. After my shift, we convinced our friend in the security department to check the footage. as we started to believe that someone was playing a joke on us. Maybe they had ducked out of sight when either of us had gone to look for the source of the noise. But the security footage brought us no ease at all. If anything, it just confirmed that we indeed had been dealing with something that we couldn't see. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or demons or really anything too specific. I find it all very interesting, of course, but I don't know what any of it means. And I don't even know where to start. I'm curious how many others out there have experienced something like this, and how many have experienced it in broad daylight. I never did experience it again, and that part, it always made me wonder too. Around a decade ago, I experienced what can only be called an inner body hallucination. It started with a numb feeling in my ankle that slowly spread up my leg over time. But when the feeling got to my knee, things got very weird. It felt like there was a direct link between my ankle and my neck, to the point where if one moved, the other moved automatically, at the exact same time, the exact same amount. It was not possible for me to stop one from moving when I moved the other. And they would move at a precision that would take someone a very long time to be able to fake these involuntary movements. Obviously, this started freaking me out, hardcore. And luckily, I'd already been taken to the hospital, where I was in the waiting room, while this was happening to me. The feeling kept crawling up my body, now affecting both of my legs. Eventually, it reached my rib cage, and that's when things truly started to get freaky. It felt like the bones in my rib cage were slowly starting to come loose and float around in my stomach in a clockwise manner that exactly matched the rhythm of my breathing. Now, by this time, I was completely hysterical, as it truly felt like my bones were coming loose, and I was convinced I was dying. This went on for over 30 minutes, me hysterical, feeling incapacitated. The doctors and nurses had managed to move me to X-ray, where they took an X-ray of my chest and showed it to me, explaining that I was fine. It was then that I finally began to understand that nothing was happening to me and that it was all in my head. The doctors at the hospital obviously assumed that I was on some sort of hallucinogen, so I was tested for every drug they could think of. But I came back completely clean, which I knew I would. They were completely mystified as to what could have caused it, as I'd never had anything remotely similar happen in the past. The scariest part was that it felt so real. It felt no different than any other physical sensation in my body. And it dawned on me, I would not be able to trust my physical senses. There was no difference between the hallucinated physical sensations and any other sensations I had or have ever felt. Over 10 years later now, and I still do not know what causes it. From time to time, if I think about it too much, I will have ripples of the effects occur. Specifically, it will feel as if a bone near my kidney or some other organ in that area is coming loose and revolving in a circle around that organ with each breath I take. I haven't really ever told this story to many people, as I know most would just assume I'm fucking crazy. In my life, I've had a number of experiences and encounters with ghosts. So this experience that I'm going to share is one of many, and it happened a few months back in September. I was laying in bed watching Breaking Bad when my friend had texted me, asking if I wanted to hang out and go take some pictures. I had nothing else to do, and I was tired of watching TV, so I told him to let me get dressed and he could come pick me up. Once he picked me up, we began discussing where we would go to take pictures. We decided on going to the park that had some really nice scenery and plenty of spots for good pictures. After 45 minutes of walking around the park and taking pictures, the sun was beginning to set. So we decided to go home. So we're driving home, and my friend is telling me about some dude that he knows that had started making music, and he wanted to show me some of his songs. He puts a song on, and then he puts his phone in the cup holder next to him. We hit a bump in the road, and his phone popped out, and it landed on the floor. He reached down to get it and couldn't immediately find it, so he was digging around, not paying attention to the road at all. So I turned to look at it for him. That's when my stomach sank, and I screamed his name, and I told him to swerve. He quickly looked up at the road, but by then it was too late. There was a man standing in the road, literally just standing. It seemed incredibly stupid to me at the time, but I had more important things to worry about. We both immediately hopped out to see if he was okay, but when we went to the front of the car, there was nothing. The car wasn't even damaged. No blood, no nothing. We looked around to see if he possibly got sent flying. It was level ground and there were no trees around. So it wasn't hard to get a good look around the area despite it getting darker. Obviously frightened at the thought of us running over a potential vengeful spirit, we got back in the car and dashed out of there. And that's why I don't like driving on that road at night. Not anymore. When I was younger, I remember my mom having a mirror in her room that would sometimes show faces and shadows that weren't there. This wasn't only at night, so over the years I've ruled out the possibility that these experiences were dreams. I was very little, but what I was seeing wasn't something of a child's imagination. I was a relatively sheltered child, meaning I hadn't seen horror movies or scary things outside of costumes during the holiday season, which weren't scary to me. What I saw in the mirror, that was scary to me. Some background. I come from, and at the time I lived in an old mining town, Farmington, West Virginia. In 1968, there was a pretty big explosion in the Mount Hope mine. It ended up killing 78 men, while only 21 managed to make it out alive. Most all of these men were locals. This was an up-and-running mining town, years before the explosion. So what this had essentially done to our very small town was take out an entire generation of men, for some families. So what my mom saw growing up was a town with a lot of widows and not a lot of children. But when I was growing up, what I saw was a lot of old people, mainly women, some kids, and a whole lot of estate sales. Makes sense when you put together that a lot of these people had either outlived their family or had never had children, leaving most of their physical belongings to the state. Enter the mirror. My mom had found it at one of these estate sales and she couldn't let it go. It was an old mirror, but fancy carvings, and it had deep reddish wood. The front opened, making it a sort of extra large jewelry box. Before the mirror, my mom had a small TV stand and TV that sat at the foot of her bed. So at night, I'd grab a stuffed animal or two, and I'd just curl up at the foot of her bed and watch TV. After my mom moved the TV into the front room, she put the mirror in its place in her room. Still fixed on my routine, I decided that I would sleep at the foot of my mom's bed, this time bringing a flashlight with my stuffed animals, along with a book. Falling asleep was no problem, but I started to experience waking up for no reason. I remember waking up, barely having my eyes open, but seeing faces in the mirror. I'd open my eyes wider, trying to rub them, but the faces wouldn't go away. I couldn't make out any details like eye color or hair color. It was just like seeing the imprint of a face, sometimes silver and resembling the texture of water, sometimes black like a shadow, and other times white like a sheet. What I remember more than any feature is being so scared that I had to jump into bed with my mom. But most of the time, the faces would stay in the mirror, moving their position from lower to higher, as I did. There was a period of time where I tried to tell my mom about the faces. She told me it was probably because I kept smushing my face into the mirror and that I was leaving an imprint. Or if it was at nighttime, that it must have been a dream. I understood quickly that my mom clearly couldn't see what I was seeing. Then the shadow started happening, and I was no longer alone. I was usually in my mom's room because that's where my cats liked to sleep during the day, so I'd always find myself in there, sprawled out on her bed, petting the cats. When I would get up, I'd usually catch a glimpse of something in the mirror, looking like a shadow passing by, but nothing to make a shadow. The first time that this happened, I froze in fear. I thought something was in the room with me, but after several moments I realized I was alone, at least alone in this room. But there was a shadow in the mirror. It only seemed to be showing a sliver of itself to the far right, my right. I kept looking from the mirror and then next to me. It wasn't adding up. I'm not sure how I gained the courage to leave the room that time, but I did, running from her room down the stairs. After that time, I just got used to it. The shadow and the faces. I kind of hated them, but I was used to them. And so one day, my mom calls me from her room. I was in my room. I scooted my way down the hall, and she looked puzzled, asking if I was just in there, meaning, was I just in her room? I told her no, that I was in my room the whole time. She shrugged this off the first time, but when it happened more than once, she started to ask questions about the stories I would tell her about the mirror. So I repeated that I would sometimes see faces. I was more articulate now, so my descriptions of their colors and textures, it was better. She seemed to listen more, and sometimes we'd be sitting in her room, and she'd ask me, "Did you see that?" When a shadow would go by. I had seen it, and each time it was like confirmation that something was happening. After a while, I guess I stopped paying much attention to the mirror, and I thought my mother did too. The mirror was damaged while we were moving several years later. It was weird. When I heard it was damaged, I actually felt sad. And when I saw my mom, she was devastated, as I guess that she'd grown a bit attached to it, a bit more than I even knew until it was gone. It's hard to explain, but I don't have a lot of memories growing up. I mean, I remember some things, but I can never usually recall what I did for a certain birthday, who my teachers were. I even have a hard time remembering the kinds of shows that were on TV, or my friends' faces. But I have vivid memories of the faces and the shadows in the mirror. It's like when I talk about them, I'm transported right back to the front of that mirror, seeing these faces and shadows, my knees feeling like jello.
I don't really know what to make of it all. It really was the strangest thing.
My story is a long one, and bear with me. It's a wild ride. I grew up in a house that was built in 1902. I was born in the late 80s, so the house had been remodeled a few times. It was a 2-story house with 3 bedrooms and a tiny bathroom on the 2nd floor. The bathroom was at the top of the stairs, and my room was across the hall at kind of an angle. My sister and my parents had rooms further down a long, narrow hallway. For as long as I can remember, I saw a ghost. I called her Pam. My mom told me I began talking about Pam around the age of 5. And in her words, I never stopped. My mom never believed any of this and just brushed it off as my imagination. Pam was pink and transparent, a see-through, totally pink little girl. Maybe 8 or 9 years old. She walked around only the upstairs, and she never came down the steps. Honestly, I have no idea where the name Pam came from. Growing up, Pam would sit at the top of the stairs, waiting for me to run up to the bathroom after I got home from school. I would walk around her because she was always there, every day. If she wasn't sitting on the step, she would be just sitting on a bed or standing in the rooms or hallway. Harmless for the most part. However, if I ignored her, she would mess up my bedroom while I was gone, doing my paper route. And when I would get back home, my parents would be all sorts of angry over my messy room. But if I said a quick hi, she wouldn't mess with me. She never touched me, and I also never physically saw her move anything with my own eyes. But I would get really scared and nauseous every time she would destroy my room behind my back. So I learned very quickly to say hi to her every day. At the age of 15, my mom had put me into therapy because I was still bringing up Pam here and there. Pam was still always around. I was used to her, and she wasn't doing anything. So she didn't come up in conversation as often. Therapy helped, but not with Pam. When I was 17, my parents decided to put our house up for sale. And I don't know if it was all the people walking through or me packing my stuff, but something triggered Pam, and it got real crazy. About a month before our new house was built and ready to move in, I was asleep in my room. My bed was against the wall, and I could lie on my side and see right into the bathroom. While asleep, I had a dream of Pam, still transparent, standing in the doorway of the bathroom. She pointed up, and for the first time in my life, I heard Pam talk. She said, "Look, that's my mom." I sat up in the bed, and from the light fixture, I saw a dark-haired woman, hanging, lifeless, by a rope. Her boot fell off of her foot, and it hit the floor, and I woke up. Holy shit. I couldn't say anything because my family never saw her. They didn't understand. Pam wasn't in their lives like she was in mine. I didn't really dwell too much on it. It was a dream. Pam was back to sitting on the steps the next day. Life as usual. But 2 weeks later, I had another dream. It started out exactly like the first one. The bathroom light was on, and I could kind of see in while lying on the bed. But this time, I heard weird grunting and splashing. I sat up and saw clear as day the woman that was hanging from the light fixture, only she was alive. and holding Pam, no longer translucent, under the water in our bathtub. She was drowning Pam in our bathtub. I don't have any idea what made me wake up, but I couldn't contain my emotion. I ran down the hall and I jumped into my parents' bed, yes, at 17 years old. It was just my mom in there. I think my dad fell asleep on the couch or something, but I was hysterical. I told my mom everything through tears and gasps for air. My mom didn't know what to say. Then, in the middle of my sadness, Pam walked into the doorframe of my parents' bedroom. She was transparent again. I quickly laid down really close to my mom. I pulled the covers over my head. I just remember saying, "Oh my God, Mom, she's in here." I held my breath, and seconds later I felt cold, small hands on my back, shoving me against my mom. I kept yelling, "Stop touching me!" My mom could only reply with, "I'm not touching you." This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a matter of seconds. When she stopped, she just stood there, at the side of the bed, staring at me. She didn't move. I pulled the covers over my head again, and ended up crying myself to sleep, while my mom held me. We were both shaking, horribly. I moved all my stuff out the next day, and I slept on the floor of our unfinished house the next few nights until my bedroom was done. I never went back. Shortly after my family moved out completely, before the next buyers moved in, the entire back of the house and the entire garage went up in fire. The official cause? Spontaneous combustion. The first people to buy and sell the house after us lasted 10 months there. They called my parents to tell them that they couldn't keep the window or the door shut in the room with the black carpeting. That was my room. I wanted black carpet when I was 15. I saw the house posted a couple of months ago on Zillow, and the only picture of my room shows the door open a crack. You can see a bit of the black carpet, but there's nothing in the room. The rest of the house is furnished. I've tried so hard to find any information about the girl that's in my old house, but there's almost no information at all. Just basic architecture and a lot of online documents. It's the craziest story, I know, but this was my childhood. Part of me feels sorry for Pam, but another part of me knows there's something strong and dark in that house. I know Pam loved me, but no way would I ever go back. When I was younger, my mom thought that I might have sleep paralysis. I would complain about nightmares of shadows dancing around me in my room at night. I would tell my mom that I was screaming for her and she never came to save me. She always felt really awful that she couldn't hear me. She started to let me sleep in her room because it got so bad. That's when she noticed that I wasn't physically waking up or making noises. So the answer was night terrors or sleep paralysis. Even the suggestion that I was just scared to sleep alone like a lot of kids, afraid of the dark. There wasn't much of a cure, but my mom needed me to sleep in my own room. She'd gotten nightlights and hallway nightlights, but the dark wasn't exactly what I was afraid of. It was everything that seemed to come with the darkness. This is when I really start to recall strange events, when I was back in my old room for the nights. One of my nightlights was a moving one. It had pictures on the inside of seashells and seahorses. Those would reflect onto the wall, creating a sort of projection. I would watch it until I fell asleep, and most of the time that worked. But on occasion, I would have my eyes closed
and feel like someone was looking over me. And when I'd open them so slightly, there was no one. But the things being projected weren't the usual seahorses and seashells. Instead, it looked like melting sad faces. And the light was a dark orange instead of the light purple that it had always been. I'd close my eyes and just try to forget the melting faces, but eventually, I just stopped using that light altogether. Then the lady, always an old woman, and always at the foot of my bed. She was either short, really short, or was kneeling down in some way. But she watched me. Her eyes were foggy white. Her skin was almost green. And it had small cracks. They seemed to create shadows of their own all across her face. She didn't do anything but watch. And I couldn't do anything but lay there. Eventually, morning would always come, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. Not until night. For who knows how long I tried to ignore her. But that was impossible. So I thought that I would fall asleep in the living room. And that actually seemed to help. I don't know why, but she wouldn't appear. My mom told me that I couldn't sleep in front of the TV every night, and that I needed to use my bedroom. I would start in there to appease her, but I would move to the living room. Naturally, this didn't fool her, because she was finding me in the living room every morning. I really didn't want to have more tests done or go to the doctor. I didn't want my mom to think I was crazy, so I honestly just kept it to myself for a long time. I kept sleeping in my room, and though she wouldn't appear every night, I saw the woman on occasion, the old woman. I would tell myself that it was a dream, and I started to just keep my eyes closed no matter what. And like the couch, it seemed to help. I would eventually fall asleep. Towards the end of us living in this particular house, the woman became more active. Since I wasn't opening my eyes, she found other ways to get my attention. One night, I was falling asleep when I felt a tickle on my foot. It jolted me awake, but I didn't move. I almost forgot about the woman until I opened my eyes. I was paralyzed, but I could see that my foot wasn't under the covers at all. It was in front of the old woman's face, and as much as I wanted to move it, I couldn't. But she could. I saw her sort of rise from her position, making her way towards my left side. I could follow with my eyes, but I couldn't move anything else. She crouched in very close, and my nostrils burned, like they do sometimes when you drink something carbonated. I felt incredibly cold, and I just had to close my eyes. She said nothing, but I felt her move away from my face. I opened my eyes to see her back at the end of my bed. Now, she was grabbing my foot in one hand, and something was in her other hand. Maybe it was her fingers themselves, but she held up something very sharp. And in an instant, she swiped it across the bottom of my foot, and I could feel real pain. I didn't make a sound, but I felt cold tears run down my cheek. I could also feel coldness coming from the bottom of my foot. I felt exhausted and terrified since I couldn't move. I closed my eyes tight. My heart was racing and everything was cold. Eventually, I felt myself be able to move my hands, but without my consent, they clenched into fists.
My whole body was tight. Still, I kept my eyes closed. Suddenly, I felt like I could move everything, and I began to unclench my fists. My fingers were sore from clenching, but my body, I felt it relax. As I was laying there, I noticed while everything seemed normal, my heart was still beating really fast. I pried my eyes open. I could see that it was light inside my room now. There was no longer a woman at the foot of my bed. As I got out of bed, I winced in pain. My foot was tender. I leaned over the edge of the bed, and I could see that blood had soaked a bit of the bottom sheet and had dripped onto the floor. I felt dizzy, not from the blood, but from the mixture of fear and disbelief. All this time, I'd built up my experience as being intense dreams or night terrors. But if it was a dream, then that doesn't explain my foot. And if it wasn't a dream, well, that doesn't really explain my foot either. What the hell happened? When I eventually told my mom, she was convinced I cut it outside somehow. Blamed it on me always having bare feet. At least that's what she kept telling me, repeatedly. So when it came to convincing my mom something was going on, I basically gave up. It felt better than having her think I was fibbing in some way all the time. After that main event, we still lived in the house for almost a year or so, and I felt that old woman here and there. Even accidentally caught a glimpse or two, but she never did touch me again. This happened when I was around 10 years old, and a couple of years ago, I had a real-life, full-circle moment. It solidified that what I saw all those years ago, it wasn't a dream. Like I said, I was 10 years old, and this was back in 2006. I was living with my grandpa and his new wife for the summer. My grandpa had sold my grandparents' old home, and he'd moved in with his new wife because she'd refused to sell her home. I only remember this detail because my mom was so distraught over the whole thing. She didn't want my grandpa to sell. She didn't appreciate his new wife having them move so far away from my mom and I. So that sort of drama was going on. My mom worked real estate and she needed to be able to show houses without her kid coming along. And usually every summer I would just go to my grandma and grandpa's for a few hours a day because they lived in our neighborhood. But my grandpa's new house being so far away from where we lived, my mom decided it would be easier if I stayed out there for the summer, and then she would just come and visit if she could. The house was fine. My grandpa's wife was pretty strict or rigid. No TV past 8 p.m., no shoes in the house, no walking on the grass, no touching the flowers, no animals, no using the upstairs bathroom or bedrooms. Don't touch anything on the shelves. Don't touch anything, really. The list went on. Over time, I realized it wasn't like she was asking for much, it was just basic stuff. I just found her requests excessive and meaningless, like, why couldn't I use the bathroom upstairs? I was too messy, she would claim. But I let it go. I don't remember how long I'd been there before I started having these weird dreams. The first one, I dreamt that I'd woken up and I could hear what sounded like the TV, turned up really loud. It was coming from the living room. But when I opened the door, the sound stopped. I remember thinking that was strange, but I went to close the door when I could see that the glow from the TV was still coming from the living room. I got excited thinking that maybe it was my grandpa breaking the rules a little bit. So I walked out of the room and towards the living room. I could see a man sitting in one of the big recliner chairs. But it wasn't my grandpa.
It was an old man, but he was bald. My grandpa had hair. I thought maybe I was afraid now, and I no longer wanted to approach the man who was sitting out there. I looked over at the TV, and it just looked like static. Like whoever was watching TV wasn't really watching TV at all. There was no noise coming from the TV, but I thought I could hear something. My fear kind of started to grow, creating a pit in my stomach. I started to walk backwards when suddenly the TV went dark. I turned to run back to the room, but I tripped over a rug behind me. My shoulder hit the corner of the wall. I remember being in pain briefly. The next thing I really recall is waking up the next morning in the appropriate place. I laid there thinking about the strange dream, wondering who that man was. It didn't feel like other dreams. It felt real. But since I couldn't actually remember how I got back to bed, I had to assume that that's what it was, a dream. It was a couple days after that dream. My grandpa and his wife took me swimming, and I got into my swimsuit. Was completely ready to swim, but I was stopped by my grandpa's wife, asking me what happened to your shoulder. That looks painful. I had no idea what she was talking about. I tried to see my shoulder. I couldn't see it, so I just ran to the bathroom. My grandpa's wife followed me. I recalled my dream, and I was sort of horrified. That's exactly where I hit the corner of the wall. I went to touch it, and yeah, it kind of hurt. But I truly hadn't noticed it until now. I was telling my grandpa's wife about my dream, how I didn't think it was a dream. I told her about the TV, the man I'd seen, everything. She listened, but when I was finished, she told me not to make up stories. She told me that I was probably sleepwalking. Back then, I wasn't even sure I thought that was a real thing. But it happened many more times. The sound of the TV and the glow. And not immediately after the first time, but another time I did leave the bedroom to get a glimpse again. I figured if this was a dream, I was at least going to see what happened next. I felt like I was in control, so I wasn't afraid. I walked far enough over, and I could see that the man matched the glow of the static TV, grayish and made of light. I could see his full side profile. He was much heftier than my grandpa. He didn't wear glasses, and of course, he was bald. It appeared that he thought he was watching something on the static TV. He moved in a way that looked like he was laughing, but no sound came from anywhere in the area. Truthfully, he seemed harmless, and this time, I just walked back into the room and fell asleep. I stopped investigating after those first 2 times, and truly didn't think about it for quite a while. Either I had a cool dream, or I saw some sort of ghost. Both seemed cool to me at the time. And since I wasn't sure I believed in ghosts, I filed it away as a weird dream in a new place. But a couple of years ago, 2017, my mom and I were moving my grandpa and his wife into a senior living facility. It was a seriously nice-looking place, but it was much smaller than the home. While my mom worked to get them set up in their new place, I offered to go through the boxes in the house, pack things, label, move to storage. I'd finished downstairs and moved upstairs. Finally used that bathroom that I was never allowed to use, which was very nice, by the way. And in due time, I'd gotten to a group of boxes in an upstairs office. Most of them had books, lots and lots of books. Nothing that interesting. One of them, though, had a few photo albums. I pulled them out just to see. I never got to know my grandpa's wife too well because they lived so far away. So it was sort of nice to see so many pictures of her smiling and to see her first husband. He looked familiar, so I assumed maybe I'd seen him before, in a photo. They both looked so young. Then I got to another album, and when I opened it, I recognized the bald man in the photo. The man who had hair in all these other pictures, my grandpa's wife's previous husband, was the bald man. The one from my dreams. Except now, I was sure that those weren't dreams. I don't know exactly what they were, to be honest, but it was absolutely the same guy. So I guess you would call that a ghost. I never talked to my grandpa's wife about this, but my mom told me that her first husband had died of a heart attack in that house. And that was actually part of why she didn't want to sell the home. She felt like part of him was still there and didn't feel right leaving. I think that that's sort of sweet. It's all definitely pretty amazing, but I can't help but feel like it's all a bit mysterious and kind of creepy, too. I was about 5 and had been playing hide and seek with my mom in our little townhouse. It was my turn to hide, and I knew the best place, our walk-in pantry. I opened the door and I saw a little boy in there. He was facing away from me, and it looked like he was already hiding. He had blonde hair, and he wore a sailor suit. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Shh, I'm hiding." Being a kid, I thought, oh, and walked away, closing the door behind me. I was coming out of the kitchen and my mom asked why I wasn't hiding. I said because the boy is already in there. That both startled her and creeped her out. I still remember the little boy to this day. The shadow man was later on. This happened between the ages 13 and 17. I moved into our unfinished basement. We'd moved since seeing the ghost in the cupboard. And I noticed at night a dark figure of a man would stand at the bottom of the stairs with his hands on the banister, watching me. Sometimes he'd walk up the stairs. When it first started happening, I would bravely run to the stairs and see who was there. It was just Mom and I living in our home, and she would be in bed. I set traps, blocking the stairs, put baby powder on the steps, etc. But it yielded nothing. You could hear the footsteps as the figure walked up the stairs, but that was it. He would come down and stand there, too, sometimes. I had a few sleepovers, but my friends were creeped out by the shadow man that would watch us. I had gotten used to him and never really seemed to be bothered by him. He seemed more interested in just viewing people. I never saw him on our main floor, nor the upper one. Just our basement, and only at the bottom or walking the stairs. Almost as if he was an echo. Now for the stuff at my friend's house. I'd been staying with them for a while, and finally brought up the strange things I'd had happen. I didn't want my friend to think that I was crazy. So we'd had the talk about the sounds of walking up and down the staircase, and the sounds of people in the hallways when he was in his room reading, etc. We both sort of wrote it off as strangeness. But then I bring up the voices in the room and the vision of this guy. I hear footsteps through the doorway when I'm home alone and the door is closed. Electronics will power on randomly. Things would fall from shelves and counters. And I will sometimes hear as if someone is right in my ear. The dogs would get spooked by the footsteps, searching for the person that made them. I tell him that it almost feels like something or someone is trying to communicate but can't. He's a pretty logical guy, but this rattled him. I asked what's up, and that's when he tells me how his family bought the house 40 years ago because the previous owner stepped outside to have a smoke
and choked to death, dying on the doorstep, which was below the room I'd been sleeping in. Even stranger is that he said it might also be his brother, who passed away long ago. His brother committed suicide, and the room I stayed in was his brother's old room. I wasn't even aware that he had a brother. It was crazy. Then came the ghost dog. My friend had 3 dogs, and I had 1, so there were a lot of 4-legged beasts running around. I would often house sit while he went on holidays, so taking all of the pups out was sort of my jam. So after a long trip, he came home and we were chatting about things, and I mentioned that I'm probably losing my mind again. He laughs and asks how so. I start to explain that I swear he had another dog in the house and that I kept seeing things that aren't there. I tell him about the gray dog that I would often see just at the edge of my vision and really only notice when I was taking the dogs out or when they were all in the backyard, because it would make me think that I'd forgotten to let one of the dogs out. The thing was, I only ever saw it in one part of the house. He asks for a description, and I provide all the details that I can remember. He goes to his room, I never go in there, and he digs through a box to show me a picture. It's a ghost dog. He said that it was actually his pup as a kid, and at the time, the part of the house that I'd seen him in hadn't been built, but rather was the dog's favorite part of the backyard. The last experience, ghost occurrence, happened about a year ago. Honest to goodness, it was the freakiest, and became concerning the more that it went on. I'm early 40s now, and I want to be a skeptic. Like, I think there are valid or logical reasons for all of these. But then, my last interaction really changed my view. I was living in a new building. It was a condo that was just built on vacant land, where no building had stood before. I was the first person to live in my suite, and the 5th person to move into the building the first day, so I was sure that it would be impossible to have a paranormal experience. I got a puppy who loved the upstairs neighbor. He'd often run about and stare at the same spot on the ceiling. This would happen all times of the day, the same spot, no matter what the lighting nor what was happening. I couldn't see anything, so I thought he could hear the upstairs neighbor. As time went on, I would hear knocking on my bedroom door, which leads to the living room. I'd text the upstairs neighbor to see if she was moving, was awake, etc., in case something was happening. Nope, we ruled it out. Things escalated, and I could hear movement in my living room, so intensely that I would jump from bed and whip the door open to see what's happening. I installed a Google Nest camera, and nope, nothing was moving. Okay, so maybe I'm hallucinating or hearing other noises in the building. But the weird thing was how loud and clear the noises were. One night, I went to bed early, 8 p.m. or so, and I was laying there with the dog and everything was calm. Suddenly, the door rattled, knocked twice, and I swear I heard. The dog heard it too. It made him bark and jump at the door. I opened it up and he went running out into the living room. Again, no one was there. The downstairs neighbors had moved out a few months back, so no one was down there. The neighbor wasn't home, and the next day, when we reviewed the security cameras for the hallways, there was no movement around my place or outside. Lights turned on and off sometimes, and I thought maybe it's the wiring. But I had electricians take a look, and they said it all seemed fine. Then things wouldn't be where I left them, in my apartment. Still, I sort of wrote it off as me losing my mind. Then I noticed the master bathroom. It had weird energy, and it got dark, despite having a nightlight in there. My dog would sit and stare at the darkness, sometimes being agitated and barking at it, before leaping towards it. And even still, I felt like I was doing my own head in. I started talking about moving, and the noises got really bad. The thumping on the bedroom door, loud, and the doorknob would rattle, loud. Again, no one there. The puppy became afraid of things in the apartment, as if he was seeing things moving around. One day, I went for a shower in the master bath. My shower stall has full glass doors, floor to ceiling, and I can see through to the bedroom. The dogs jumped on the bed and looked in the living room. I get in the shower and start wetting my hair and looking at the dogs to make sure they're not play fighting or anything like that. I look away and reach for my shampoo. As I did, out of the corner of my eye, I see my face cream bottle in mid-air, flying at the opposite wall from the counter. It hit the wall hard and then fell to the ground. There was nothing on the counter. The cream had been in the middle of the counter, with nothing that could have possibly caused it to propel itself off the counter, let alone hit the opposite wall. I jumped, and the dogs came running to see what had happened. I brought it up to the neighbors, because this wasn't normal. And they started to talk about the weird activities that they'd experienced in their apartment in our building. We'd had 2 people die in the 2 years that I was there, and that was pretty terrifying. And I'm just glad that we don't live there anymore. Basically, I've just experienced a whole bunch of weirdness. Recently, my wife and I purchased some farmland in eastern Washington. The intent last year when we bought it was to set up an official growing station for cannabis. I almost hesitate stating the business only because I don't want it to take away from the experience. So to get it out of the way, no, I was not high. I just grow cannabis. I don't smoke it. Anyways, as of today, we still own the farm, the land, and though we've started to set up the grow house, we haven't finished it. Because, to be quite frank, shit has gotten really weird. I've got a series of events, so I guess going in order of when they occurred makes the most sense. This takes us back to the first week of renovations. We didn't remove anything from the farm, per se. Instead, we kept the large barn that they'd had on site, and we just began to upgrade it. A lot of this early work was maintenance, cleaning, painting. We'd brought our kids with us the first several weeks, as they loved doing that kind of work, and they loved being able to play with our dog at the farm while they could. Our home didn't have much of a yard, so it was nice. On this day, I was doing some yard work and decided to head into the trailer that we'd set up so I could get something to drink. At the time, only my 7-year-old daughter was in the yard with the dog. My wife was in the trailer, and my son was napping. I'm over the small sink drinking water, and I noticed that the garden hoe that I'd set up against a tree, it wasn't up there anymore. I looked at my wife and asked if anyone else was working here today. She told me that as far as she knew, it was just us. I walked outside and headed towards the tree. As I got closer, I could see that the garden hoe was in the tree. I saw the handle hanging down, I didn't even believe what I was seeing at first, so I kept looking around for the garden hoe, and then back up at the tree. It was definitely in there. I looked over, scanning the yard. My daughter wasn't far away. She was sitting in the grass, playing with some toys. As I looked at her, she waved her doll at me. I smiled and waved back. I knew that she couldn't have gotten that up into the tree. I scanned the rest of the property. No other cars. I didn't see a single person. We'd met the neighbors, a nice old couple, and though they weren't terribly far away, I didn't think that they would do something like this, go out of their way. It didn't seem like something anyone would do. My gaze eventually hits the barn, and then back to the tree, where the garden hoe is now resting against it. It's where I left it minutes ago, but not where I'd seen it moments ago. Nothing hanging from the tree anymore. I was silently losing it, thinking maybe I was actually losing it. I walked the property for a good 25 minutes, but nothing else strange happened, and I didn't see anyone. So I moved on. Before leaving, I told my wife about what I'd seen, but without seeing it for herself, I understood that it was even harder to wrap your head around. But on the way home, my daughter brought it up. As she put it, she saw me set the garden hoe against the tree. She saw that it was gone before I came back out, but never saw it move. And then it just appeared against the tree again, while I stood there. My wife grabbed my leg and was looking at me. I was driving, but I knew she was as weirded out by this whole thing as I was. After that day, she decided to keep the kids at home with her, at least until we got some construction done. They had known at the beginning of this adventure that the farm wasn't really theirs and that they wouldn't always be allowed to run free there. So we used that as our excuse as to why they had to stay home. Several weeks after this event, we had a lot of contractors coming out to the area, since we were getting ready to do some of the larger projects like restoring power to the barn and plumbing. When we had the electrician come out, he told us that in addition to needing to replace the wiring, he thought we may want to consider a whole separate covered building or shed for the electrical panel. Explaining that the wires looked fine here, but they certainly weren't working. Somehow they were destroyed, but without understanding the problem, he thought it was best to rewire in a different location. We were going to be setting up a generator, so we decided we would just incorporate the panel to that area and build a shed around it. On the second day of the rewiring project, we get the generator delivered and things are looking good for us. Until the original electrician tells me that he's not comfortable replacing these wires, that the power source should be completely and entirely dead, but he just felt a shock that could have maybe killed him had he not been wearing his gloves and standing on 2 wood panels. I was confused since the power was completely shut down, and we'd spent the last 2 weeks establishing that these wires for sure didn't work. So, in the moment, I thought this guy maybe was trying to pull a fast one on me, first saying I needed full rewiring and now claiming that he almost got electrocuted on my property. But he was more apologetic than someone who was trying to con me. He said he didn't expect me to pay for the services thus far, since he hadn't actually diagnosed the problem and he hadn't actually rewired anything. I wasn't sure what to make of all this, but I paid him for his initial consult and went with a company he recommended. So, for the next week, we halted work, but the barn officially had power for whatever reason. I wasn't comfortable with anyone besides an electrician working out there, so we had the power shut off, and we didn't visit the farm for a few days until another could come out. On one of those days, or nights rather, a call from the neighbors near the farm comes in, saying that they've called the fire department because there appears to be a fire on our property. They were asking if it was all right for them to head over there. I told them please because we were 25 minutes away, and I asked if they'd also call the police. Upon arrival, I was so relieved to see that it's not the actual barn that's on fire, or the trailer. But I am shocked to see that the new shed that we'd started building off to the side of the barn was completely destroyed. All I could think was, thank God the generator wasn't in there. And then I was just pissed. It didn't cross my mind that this was anything except the actions of another person. The police asked if I had security cameras, which I explained the whole saga of the last few weeks, which included that I didn't have power, that it was shut off now. They said there were no signs of arson, but couldn't find a natural source either. They ruled it unknown, leaning on the side of natural causes because there was dry brush near the area. It just didn't sit right with me. Didn't feel natural. I remember I was upset with the lack of information and ruling it natural causes, and I was frustrated walking back to my truck, saying under my breath, "This place is a fucking nightmare." And I heard just behind me, "You don't like it here?" It startled me, so I turned around to say, "Excuse me," expecting to see a woman to match the voice I'd just heard. But there was no one standing there. I saw only the police in the distance, my neighbors. I definitely heard a voice. I looked at my phone. I wasn't calling anyone. So what was it? Who was it? I was way too freaked out to leave right away. Maybe I should have, but I was so nervous about what I'd heard. And to distance myself from it before driving home, I walked over to the neighbors and got their version of events, what they had seen, not seen. I got confirmation that no cars came in or out of the property. Their property sits at the end of the dead road that the entrance of our farm is on. And the cameras, they faced down that road. They showed nothing. I asked if they showed this to the police, and they had. I figured I ought to let them head home, so I thanked them, and I got into my truck before I was the last one out of there. I couldn't shake the question that I'd gotten, or response. I was starting to think that, yeah, I didn't like it here. So about 2 months after the last event, or in August of this year, my wife and I end up picking up an already built shed from Home Depot, and we get the generator set up. The wiring's been replaced, which took the longest. I won't get into all the details, but basically we went through several companies before one of them just worked out. I'm not by any means an electrician, so I can't say that that was normal, or if it was related to the other weird shit that was happening. I was just happy that the power was working. Other strange things would continue happening. They just weren't as well documented in my mind. Like, I couldn't really definitively say that I hadn't been mistaken. Tools that would go missing and end up in different areas. Sometimes I would find things in places by mistake, like climbing to the top of the barn, only to see that several gardening tools had been set up there. Even though my wife and I didn't recall doing any of that stuff, we had workers coming in and out during this time. And so maybe it was one of them, we would think. Well, we got the camera set up with the power now working, and that made us feel good for a while, until we moved on to plumbing. I was at Home Depot getting various supplies, mainly for the actual grow setup itself, and more treated wood for the outside deck I was starting to add. I received a call from the plumbing crew. asking if I wouldn't mind coming to check something out. I was sort of in the middle of literally buying everything, so I asked if it could wait a little bit. But they were rather cryptic on the phone, just saying that they thought I should see something before they continued. So I rushed to the farm, making about a 15-minute drive, a 10-minute drive, and I met the plumbers at the main entrance of the barn. They took me around to the side where they'd been digging. At first, I just saw a large, deep hole, and I wasn't sure why this would warrant me needing to come out here. But they asked me to look closer, asked me what I saw. I hadn't initially seen anything, so I looked closer, and then I saw it. I saw multiple its. Bones. Or at least something that resembled bones. Multiple bones. One of the guys pointed to the wall. One of the guys pointed to the wall of the hole. I had to move where I was standing to see what he was pointing at. But it was a very long bone. It closely resembled one that you'd see maybe on a human leg. I had only seen skeletons the way I think most people have, in a classroom or something. Though this looked much dirtier than those, there wasn't much else this thing looked like it could be. The guy who had pointed at it said that he didn't know what it was at first, so he tried to pull it out. At which time it revealed it was much larger than he anticipated. This was all new territory for me, but something about continuing the work seemed very wrong. So I asked the guys to head out and decided to call the local sheriff. By this time, I was sure he was tired of our property. It hadn't even occurred to me to be nervous about human remains possibly being found on my property. As it turns out, calling them and stopping work was exactly what I was supposed to do. Probably helped me not look so guilty. After hours of questioning and a lot of people and caution tape, the sheriffs assured me that the bones were rather old, likely here before the barn itself was even built. Naturally, I wanted to know what was next for us. And the officers told me that they were going to take samples back to a lab, have them analyzed. But in the meantime, I was told to cover the area, discontinue work, and wait to hear regarding next steps. That was almost 4 months ago. We've been given the runaround a couple of times, and after so much time has passed, we've considered cutting our losses and selling the property. At this point, we're both too afraid to go there, and we can't continue working on the place, so it's really just a creepy piece of property on our hands now. And what are we waiting for? I mean, honestly, I don't know that we want to know the conclusion of whatever investigation it is they have going on. When I was 5 years old, I was lost briefly in the woods. Please know that I know a lot of people have stories like mine. I'm not alone, but I'm also lucky. I know there's stories like mine where it's not just briefly that they're lost, the ones where they remain missing, and it's the stories that their loved ones tell. Now, this was many, many years ago, and my parents are both deceased now, but while alive, they would often tell me this story, including what I told them that day when I was eventually found. There's not much I can remember outside of what I'm about to explain. I was running. I was laughing. Surrounded by trees. I was looking at my feet as I ran. And at some point, I saw my feet quickly dash through water. Or what seemed like water. It was clear and wavy. I stopped running right away. And I was dry. I turned around to see what it was. And I could see now a wall in front of me, a wall of the same wavy water that I'd just ran through. It didn't appear to be flowing like water, though. Just a blanket that made the forest on the other side seem blurry. I didn't see any family, and I couldn't see anyone familiar. I could hear something in the distance. It was my name being called. I thought I should go back the way I came, through the water wall. But I found myself being pulled in the other direction. I felt like someone was physically lifting me, but my feet remained anchored to the ground. My name continued to be called, and I remember calling out as soon as I realized I couldn't move. No one was near me, though. I could see no one. Instead of trying to call out again, I tried to move, and after some effort, I was closer to the wall. And now I could see figures on the other side, blurry figures that resembled people in colorful clothing. And the voices had to be coming from them, and they had to be my family. Then, it's blank. The rest of it filled in by family. The first detail I have trouble coping with is the amount of time that I was apparently gone. I understand a 5-year-old has no concept of time, really, but I was the kid who needed their parents, never away from them for more than a few minutes. So when they told me that I was gone for over an hour, I couldn't believe it. And when they found me, I was just laying in the woods. It looked like I'd passed out, but I had no injuries to my head or anywhere else. My parents, my whole family, and local police, they had all looked in the place that I'd ended up being found. Because of this, my family was under extreme scrutiny by the police. They were under the assumption that one of my family members had harmed me or tried to take me, and had gotten afraid when the police showed up. But as the police continued to question them, it was clear that they were all accounted for. And it was clear that no one who was part of the search was capable of putting me where they found me, not without someone else seeing it too. The whole event was probably far more tragic for everyone else involved, but it does leave me with an unsettling feeling. I'm not claiming to understand what happened to me in the woods, but I know in my heart that I wasn't harmed by any person. I also know that regardless if someone misplaced me, I still remember the water-like wall, my parents and others calling out to me. I still remembered everything up until it went blank. I couldn't help but feel like I was in the same space as everyone, but slightly behind it too. I think another realm goes a little far into the imagination, but it's hard to give an explanation in layman's terms when I don't know of anything like it that exists, simple or complex. Now, they say that dog is man's best friend. But what about cats? Because I'm pretty sure my cat helped me identify and banish an evil entity from our home. Like most cat owners, I believe that mine is special. Bun B, short for Bun B Kitty Kitty Meow Boy, is one of the laziest kitties in the world, and I absolutely love it. He's a bit on the fluffy side, and he loves to snuggle. So this was about 3, almost 4 years ago. I'd recently returned home from Mexico, and I'd never had any experiences in my house. I had been the sole renter for the last 5 years, and 0 issues with the place, the neighbors, or the owner. So one afternoon, when I felt the very eerie feeling that someone was watching me, like someone was in my space. I was taken aback. I look at my cat sitting on the couch, now also making eye contact with me. He then looks wildly from side to side and leaps off of the couch, makes some very interesting noises, and darts around the corner, finally retreating to the office. This was officially the first time I'd ever seen my cat run. Not exaggerating either. He's a mellow indoor baby who hardly plays with his toys. About 15 minutes goes by. I'm enjoying my food, but now I'm sitting on the couch, my cat back in his normal spot, and I get that feeling again. It's strong. The only way I can describe it is it feels like when someone comes up behind you or is very close. You can sense someone is there, but unless you turn around, you don't really know. Bun B is now staring at the ceiling, moving his head back and forth, like he's following something with his eyes. He starts to make a bit of a growling noise, and his ears pin backwards. Before I can look at him and ask, "What the heck, buddy?" his gaze moved to the floor level, and he leaped off the couch again, this time hissing and making noises I've never heard. He was flat out chasing something, all the way down the stairs. I sit for a moment, listen to Bun run around, and hiss. Another first for me. I've never heard my cat hiss or make these growling noises. While all seemed calm, I decided to look up similar experiences. I found a lot of debunking and a lot of dismissing cats. But I also found some good writings that say cats can indeed chase away unwanted spirits. They can protect your home. They even recommend doing this with your cat, following their warpath, if you will, and telling the spirits that they're not welcome here. They must leave your home now. Yeah, we did it. That night, I walked around following the path I'd seen Bun take and repeated the phrase with authority. I didn't get the feeling again, and I lived in that house for almost 2 years after that. Now, I'm not saying all cats are protectors or can ward off spirits, but I think Bun B is special, and maybe your cat is too. I'm a corrections officer at a county jail in Northwest Alabama. I work a 12-hour night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Most nights are calm, and not much happens from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. And other nights, you're moving nonstop, and police officers are constantly bringing people in. You have a lot of DUIs and junkies on the weekends. And then anything from an FTA to the occasional murder throughout the regular work week. Anyways, like I said, most nights are calm, meaning that hours feel like days, and sometimes a single shift can make you feel like you've been there for weeks. But sometimes, those calm nights are not really calm at all. We have 2 holding cells in the front of the jail, used to house inmates that have recently been booked in and are waiting to see a nurse for a screening before going into Gen Pop. We have another room up front that we call the pink room, due to the walls and ceiling being painted a hot pink color, because a former sheriff thought that hot pink was a calming color. Everyone hates this room. It's also our drunk tank, equipped with a camera for observation and a flushable drain in the floor for any fluids that might come out of someone. You know what I mean. One night, after lights out, when everyone was asleep, I heard a loud bang in one of the holding cells, like someone was hitting or kicking the door, which would have been a normal noise if anyone would have been inside one of them. But my partner and I had moved everyone out of the 2 holding cells just a few hours ago, and no one else had come in that night. I thought it might have been the guy that we were keeping in the pink room for medical observation. But when I looked over at the monitor for the camera in there, he was sound asleep on his mat on the floor. I went over to the doors of the holding cells to investigate. I lifted the heavy curtains on the windows so that I could see into each one. But there was no sign of anything. I figured I could have been hearing things, since that noise was so commonly heard at all times, day or night. I went back over to my desk and I just sat down. It was about 2:45 when I heard that noise, and it was completely silent until about 3:05. I started hearing the noise that it makes when a door is unlocked from the control room. From the control room, you can unlock or open any door in the facility, except for like 3 that you need an actual key for. There is a door right behind the desk that I sit at. It leads to the kitchen and the rec yard. That was the door that sounded like it was unlocked. I radioed my partner, who was in the control room, and asked if she had unlocked this door. She said that she hadn't touched the computer since I'd asked her to let me outside, which was like 2 hours ago. Again, I thought it was a common noise to be heard. The silence is playing tricks on me. But I heard it again, except this time, it sounded like the front door. I looked over at the monitors for the front door and I saw nothing. But on the monitor for the pink room, I could see the screen starting to get fuzzy, like static. Then it went completely black for a few seconds. When the camera came back on, the inmate was sleeping in the same spot. But everything that he had in there with him, his cup, shoes, blanket, they were scattered across the whole room. I would have heard him moving and throwing things, but it was completely quiet for those few seconds that the camera was black. After that, I decided I didn't want to be alone anymore. I went up to the control room with my partner, and I started telling her what was going on. After I told her about the doors unlocking and locking, and about the guy's stuff in the pink room, she just laughed and said, "Must have been Christine." My partner had been working there for about 5 years. She told me that Christine was an inmate that had died in the old jail next door, and that the reason she haunts this jail is because the buildings are connected. She told me about numerous things that have happened while she was on shift, including an actual sighting of the ghost that she calls Christine. She said that Christine has gray hair down to her shoulders, wearing a white nightgown. She also said that Christine can be seen walking down hallways on the cameras, inside the cells, with her hands on the bars, looking through them. And sometimes you can see her face from the windows outside. I haven't seen anything like that, but I'll be sure to post if I do. Being a pretty avid camper, I've seen my fair share of dangerous things in the woods, but nothing I would consider unexplained. All except what I saw more than once while camping in Oregon. It was the same campsite, 2 years in a row. It is, by all accounts, an awesome campsite, and I will intentionally leave their name out because I don't know that this story is exactly encouraging visitors. Usually, regardless of where I am, I'm the last one awake. Camping especially, I really enjoy just stargazing, listening to nature, poking at the fire, eventually putting it out for good. It's nice. And it was nice at this time, too, until it sounded like someone put headphones on me, where everything I had been hearing was now muted. But there was something I hadn't heard before. The sound of something moving around slowly in the trees surrounding our tents. I immediately grabbed the flashlight. I started to shine it around, not sure what I expected to see, and suddenly, I could hear again. No longer could I hear footsteps, but instead, nature seemed very loud now. My flashlight met something that I can describe, but I can't explain. Something standing in the trees. Then I realized it was hunched over, not facing me. It appeared to be naked, as in no fur, no clothes, and it looked gray. I was pretty horrified to see that it was very muscular, and its legs bent backwards, like a bird's would. I saw its face only briefly, making out just two very large and almost reflective eyes. This was just as it turned towards me in my light, before leaping backwards, retreating further into the woods. I didn't sleep easy this time around, and we left the next day. Not because of this, but man, that was good timing for me, because I couldn't have stayed another night. The next year, we went back to the same campground and campsite. Like I said, great place for many reasons. Per the usual, I stayed up, poking at the fire and reading. It was maybe 2 a.m. when I heard something moving around the trees. Grabbing my flashlight, I shined in the area that I'd heard the noise. I couldn't believe that the same creature was there. It looked exactly the same as I'd remembered from the previous year. Exactly the same, but this time I could see its face, and I could see it standing. It had to be at least 6 feet tall, and the face was very wide. But I had been right about those eyes. They were huge, and even though they essentially were reflecting the light, they were very, very dark, completely black, like a doll's plastic or marble eyes. The legs, the same. I mean, this is a pretty unique looking thing, so I definitely know that it was the same. What was it, though? Still don't have any answers to that, really. I haven't been back to that specific campsite either. Luckily, there's a new place I found that's absolutely incredible. Best of all, no strange, leathery gray giants. Camping is much nicer without them, I must say. When I was younger, my mom unintentionally released spirits, or some sort of powerful evil energy, into our home. Growing up, I've realized that it was a bit careless, but I also can't imagine the kind of pain that she was going through. At the time, I was 7, and my sister was 3. My dad had just been killed. He was a police officer and was shot to death on the job while trying to break up a domestic dispute. I know all of this as an adult, but part of me knew it as a child, too. So anyways, we were living in a new house with none of our own stuff. A furnished apartment, really. My mom had sold all of our stuff or put it in storage. For whatever reason, at the time, we weren't doing well financially. I'm sure like most things, it was attributed to my dad's death. But whatever the reason, we downgraded. I would sometimes hear my mom awake, talking to someone. I assumed for a while she was talking to my dad. I did that sometimes too. But one night, I remember having a terrible dream. I'd woken up suddenly and cried myself to my mom's room. When I burst through her door, I could see that she had candles lit, and she was playing with some sort of game. It was a Ouija board. I didn't know what that was then, but I sure do now. My mom stopped what she was doing that night, and she let me sleep in her room. But I felt terrible in there, almost as terrible as I did in my dream. I remember just covering myself in her sheets and snuggling as close to her as possible. From then on, there was a lot of strange stuff. My mom would constantly be using this board, sometimes even locking her bedroom door, which was scary for me at the time. I remember begging her to let me in. I also remember hearing her begging to someone for something. I didn't know what, but she sounded desperate. Every day, it seemed like she would tell me not to go near the board, not to ever play with the board. I didn't want to play with the board, I would tell her. And that was the truth. I was terrified of this thing, convinced it's what gave me these awful feelings and nightmares. Then my mom started praying every night. No pun intended, she did this religiously, to the point where she would have alarms set on the microwave to remind her to pray. One night, she woke me up, my sister in her arms. She told me to get up, scooting me around my room, telling me it was time to go pray. We were now in the hallway. My mom brought us all to our knees and said to repeat after her and close our eyes. I don't remember how this particular event ended. I just know that she was apologizing, showing so much remorse for not praying that night. This was her reaction anytime she missed a prayer. One time, I didn't listen. I didn't close my eyes. Black nothingness filled the corner of my mother's room, which I could see from the hallway. It wasn't moving towards us, but it was pulsating. It was like a heartbeat of blackness. Complete nothingness, void of anything. I never opened my eyes again when praying. The last experience I recall was when I was sleeping in my mother's bed, as was my little sister. I'd woken up suddenly, and my mother had too. She brought me and my sister close, covering my eyes weakly with her hand. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel my mother shake, and I could hear her whimper a bit. Then I heard, or we all heard, the sound of something huge scratching the wall behind us. My little sister was woken up by this and was crying. I was crying, and my mom went to turn on the light. We would see what the noise had been, but have no idea what exactly made it. 3 large, deep scratches covered the wall. They looked like they could have been made by only a huge tiger, very large cat. This continues to be something I have a hard time reconciling with. It's usually this detail that makes people go from, oh, your mom was struggling, to, oh, maybe there really was something evil going on. Those scratches stayed on the wall for a long time. My mom started sleeping in my room, and so did my sister on most nights. It wasn't until we were moving out that my mom was forced to go back into that room and do something with the wall. She wallpapered it, making it look almost good as new. The owners, or the new tenants, would likely never be aware of the damages that took place there. Hopefully, they would also be free of any paranormal experiences, too. Please, if this has happened to anyone else while using the Randonautica app, or if you're a tech person who would have any idea, let me know so I can stop getting the heebie-jeebies about this. My friends and I have used this app many times. Assumably, most of our adventures were obtained by interpretation. For instance, we once focused our intentions on the idea of ladybugs. The pin dropped in the parking lot of a McDonald's, and although we didn't see any real ladybugs, there sure was a red Volkswagen Beetle sitting in the parking lot. Now, aware that most of these excursions are up for interpretation, it still kind of creeped me out. Other trips would bear the same results, more or less, up for interpretation. But interpretations are only existent when the idea of what if still bear a presence. This being said, and the reasoning behind my writing, is because last weekend, after 2 or 3 little destinations involving simple nondescript intent, me and my no longer boyfriend Dawson finally mustered up the courage and set our minds on finding a ghost. We picked a pin that looked like it was heading in the direction of my house, planning on this being our last Randonautica for the evening. Midway through the drive, I began to realize that the GPS coordinates on this pin are not just near my house, but smack dab right on it. Literally dead center. Now pause. This right here is why I bothered to write this. Could this have been a glitch? When we got to my house and confirmed, yep, smack dab right on it, I tried to discourage any imagination for interpretation. But that only left us both thinking, what if, in our separate thoughts, as Dawson dropped me off. I invited him in for movies, but he said he was tired, and so he kissed me goodnight and I got out of his car. Later I'd find out he wasn't tired. He was actually dropping me off to go see his other girlfriend in Bellevue. But that's another story for another time. So, cheater piece of shit Dawson drops me off like a coward in my driveway. My mom's car's in the driveway, and the porch light is on, so it's not too scary, but he's still a coward. Anyways, I unlock my door, and the house is dark. My mom's asleep on the couch, while Netflix displays "Are You Still Watching?" on the TV. She's a nurse and works really hard at her job, so I felt bad slamming the door to accidentally wake her up. But I just really couldn't bring myself to go upstairs alone that night. And slamming the door would negate me having to explain why I'm not wanting to go upstairs to bed alone. Her room is across from mine, so it was almost like I was doing her a favor. But even knowing my mom is in the room right by me, every bump and creak in the house continues to give my heart a jolt. Little things throughout the day now feel as if I'm questioning my own sanity. Like, I remember putting my keys there, right? I see things out of the corner of my eye, and now genuinely have to wonder, what if? Obviously, I haven't used the app since that night. I just need someone to say that this has happened to them, or it's a GPS glitch, or anything that can make me feel less afraid of every noise in my house. And if something did manifest through Randonautica, I hope it finds you, Dawson, and I hope it haunts the shit out of you. And I hope it haunts the shit out of you. I'm a retired wildland firefighter with the National Forest Services, and this is one of my craziest or creepiest things I experienced before I retired. The year is 2004. Hell's Canyon area in the middle of Idaho. My crew and I had been working all day on an emerging incident, and we were going to be working through the night. I was second in charge at the time, so I was ahead of everybody, scouting the area for any problems on an ATV. I had made my way towards a logging road. It was a road that clearly hadn't been used in a long time. As I cruised down the empty road, I could see ahead what looked like a bobcat or lynx, just sitting in the middle of the road. Normally, these things are pretty skittish, so I wasn't sure why it wasn't moving or running away once it could hear me. This thing just stands there for a good 10 seconds, but then it screams at me, and it scampers up into a tree not 5 feet off the road. I thought this was strange, but not exactly unnerving. About a half-mile down the road, I find a small cabin. Now, I thought this was extra strange. It was federal land, and no private structures should be there. I got off the ATV just to look around, and as I walked the perimeter, I could see that all of the windows and doors had been boarded shut and tight. Yeah, someone had done a good job of securing this place. The door had been replaced by something metal, thick metal, and a giant chain and lock that secured the metal door to the log cabin frame. Someone did not want anything getting in or out of this place. I peered through the remaining space between the hole in the door and the chain that was coming from it. The house was furnished. Furniture in the house, but it had been tossed around. It looked like garbage, papers, practically no light getting through, but enough to see that there were chairs and a table turned over. Something that looked like it could be a couch, but it was too dark. You could see broken glass or a broken mirror on the floor. Something shiny littered the whole ground. I stood there a minute and honestly couldn't make up my mind about this place. I did feel unsettled. So I hopped on the ATV and headed back up the road. And things got a little bit more unsettling. Right where the bobcat had been, there stood an old woman. She was incredibly tan, like she'd been in the sun for years, and she wore a badly tattered nightgown with bare feet, and she was just standing there. I yelled out to her, asking if she needed some help. She didn't say anything, so I almost asked again, but before I could, she screamed at me. I actually felt my knees get weak, grateful that I'd been sitting down at the time of the scream. It was the exact same scream as the cat from before. Then she climbs right up the same tree, and so much faster than any human has the right to be climbing. I didn't stick around. I just headed out fast. I don't even think I had my eyes open as I made my way back down that road. I wasn't sure what had just happened, but I tried to unpack it on the way back. By the next morning, after working through the night, I was still unsure of who or what I had seen. So I asked a local guy at the breakfast bar about the cabin, the one off the old logging road. He said he'd never heard of anything like that most folks don't hang out in that area. He then started to ask other patrons at the bar. And sure enough, after asking around a little, a local man hears us talking, and he informs us that I'd seen a skinwalker. He was a tall, very serious Native American man, so originally he actually used a different word, one that escaped my brain, but something I couldn't pronounce anyways. And he translated it to skinwalker, thinking that would be a familiar term for me. But at the time, I didn't really know what that was either. Honestly, to this day, I haven't done a lot of research on it because of what the man said to me. He told me very seriously that I wasn't the first to see the skinwalker, and that I wouldn't be the last. He said I was lucky that I was able to leave unscathed, and that I should never approach or engage with a skinwalker. It's best to not think about it again. I held on to that advice for several years, only ever talking about it with my original crew that weekend. Eventually, I told my wife, but that was 3 years after it had happened. She asked what took me so long to tell her, and I don't know. I guess for a while there, I genuinely feared for our safety, and I thought if she didn't know about it, nothing could affect her. So, I don't really know what I saw, but I know that I saw something that I've never seen since, and that I hope to never see again. This happened this past weekend. I was having trouble sleeping on Friday night, early Saturday morning, and I got out of bed to watch some TV and YouTube videos until I got more sleepy. After about an hour or two, I decided to head back up to bed and try to meditate to some binaural beats, which I don't do as often as I used to. I used to meditate and focus on my third eye and attempt astral projection, lucid dreaming, nightly. This was the first time in a long while I listened to a particular hour-long video with pure binaural beats and no music. I set my phone on my nightstand. I lay down with my AirPods in and begin listening to the beats. After 10 or 15 seconds, I hear a loud crash and clang. Both my girlfriend and I gasp and we're now awake and alert. I look over and my phone is on the floor. It had fallen and hit the base of the fan that I have on at night for white noise. I apologize to my girlfriend and I pick up my phone. I guess I must have set it down on the edge of the nightstand. Whoops, I thought to myself. So, I shine my screen's light on the nightstand and I place it down squarely with 1 inch of wood nightstand on all sides of my phone. Okay, back to meditating. I close my eyes, begin relaxing, and start playing the binaural beats again. Another 30 seconds later, I am snapped alert by another crashing sound. A chill shot up my body and panic set in. I open my eyes and on the floor is my phone, again. The first occurrence could be explained away as clumsiness and setting it down too far on the edge. The second time, however, I thoroughly placed my phone down in a secure spot, far away from the edges of the nightstand. There's no way that it could have fallen off my nightstand that second time. Needless to say, I was spooked, and I still have no idea how or why my phone flew off my nightstand twice. When I was a kid, I loved to ride quads and all of that stuff. My friend had gotten one for his birthday, and he'd brought it over, so we went through the trails behind my house. We were going to race, but his ran out of gas, so we just drove mine until his dad got back from the gas station. Me, being the brave 8-year-old that I was, I floored it. I was going about 30 or 35 miles an hour when I hit a tree stump. The quad lifted, and it threw my friend and I on the ground. I was sure the quad was going to fall on me, being that it was on one wheel. If it did, I would have been impaled in the neck or the head by the sharp metal tow hook on the back, and I damn sure would have died. It went back on all 4 wheels, and it shouldn't have, because it was slowly tipping over, and it was almost at the point where gravity would have taken its toll and just pushed it all the way down. But it's like something stopped it and forced it in the opposite direction, putting it back on all four wheels. I've always had a feeling that a relative that had passed away 2 months prior to this event, and whom I was very close to, was looking over me and saved my life that day. But I'm thankful my friend's quad ran out of gas, because if not, and one of us was behind the other, it probably would have made the accident even worse than it was. I wouldn't classify this as a terrifying story. I would consider this more in the realm of unexplained, and at least for me and in my life, intriguing. To set the scene, I am 12 years old at the time. It's a family reunion, the month of December. It wasn't snowing where we were in California, but it was very cold. All my family were inside. They were going to start a fire, and then we'd begin our official family game night. I always loved coming out to my aunt and uncle's house because they were so much further away from the city than our home. We lived in LA. Their home was in Joshua Tree. Surrounding my family's house was only small trees, smooth, rocky hills, and the desert, essentially. There weren't any other houses immediately in view. There also just weren't many people out there. So I was still outside. I wasn't riding my four-wheeler around anymore, but I was sitting on top of it, just taking in the night before going in to join the rest of my family. Sitting there, I saw something moving in the distance. I couldn't really see it at all, but it did kind of look like someone, something walking on 2 legs. At the time, I was sure that it was just the moonlight hitting whatever this was, but it was all white, and it cast a shadow. As far as I could tell, it had no arms, and it moved rather slowly. It moved almost as though it was in slow motion. I started to walk in the direction of the thing, and as the house moved out of my line of sight, and more of the horizon was in my view, I could see that there was another one, slightly smaller and trailing just a bit behind the other one. It was behind, but it was still moving slowly and calmly. As my eyes adjusted even more, it wasn't like it made more sense, but I was gaining more details about the thing I was seeing. The things. Very thin legs, resembling more like how a bird has tall, skinny legs, but they weren't bird legs. They were completely straight. The creature had no wings. It was like sticks covered in a sham. Not a transparent one. As a 12-year-old, I genuinely thought maybe I was looking at 2 moving ghosts, but more like the Halloween version of a ghost than a ghostly person. Again, there were no arms. I guess Casper was my best reference at the time. Casper on stilts with no eyes. I think that it can be easier to draw sometimes than what I'm describing, and I've done that many times. It's not that the drawings are so much detailed, because describing or drawing, I still don't know what their faces looked like. Everything was just white. I watched them for a good while, and they just sort of glided. No bending of the knees. Just 2 of them, making their way over the rocky hills. It was only then that I considered running in to grab someone once they were out of sight. Originally, I didn't want to miss anything, but in that moment, I realized that I'd likely lost any hope of somebody validating what I'd been watching. I couldn't see them any longer, so I went inside for the fire and games. Though I never saw them again, and I still haven't to this day, I did get a chance to ask my uncle about them that night. He told me that he didn't know what it was that I saw, what they were, but he was pretty sure that he'd seen them before too. He told me the first time was a few years ago, and he'd only caught a glimpse of them. But then, the second time, he'd gotten a decent look, and there were two, one bigger and one smaller, just as I had seen. He asked if I too felt like they were peaceful. And I thought about that for a moment, and I decided that I guess I did think that. I told him that I wasn't scared, that yes, I felt they were peaceful, especially when I saw that there were two of them. One smaller, one bigger. He told me that, yeah, he agreed, and that he decided a while ago that maybe they were part of this land and this place, either protecting or maybe just coexisting with us. Even now, I still think he's probably right. That place always did feel special, and it still does. We had to cancel this year's reunion, which sucks, but usually every year my uncle and I will stay outside a bit longer than everyone else, just to see if we can get a glimpse. It's been about 12 years since my first and only sighting, but I'm pretty confident these things are still out there. I think they were here before us, and for some reason I just think that they'll be here after us too. Anyways, that's my story. Sorry I don't have more information on what exactly these are. This happened last winter, just before New Year's. I was checking the mail, which is just across the street from my house and the other houses themselves. It's one of those big block ones that has multiple lockboxes inside. I was trying to make it quick, since it was freezing. And as I was making my way back across the street to my house, I saw something in my neighbor's yard. Initially, I'd assumed it was a holiday decoration that I hadn't noticed before. Looking down at my mail, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, just as I hit my walkway. I stopped, and so did the movement. I switched my gaze back to my neighbor's yard, and whatever I thought was a decoration had moved. It was now on the side of the house, no more than 2 feet tall. There was something about this thing that really creeped me out. No matter how much I tried to focus on it, all I could make out was that it was dark and small. And it didn't appear to be furry. It seemed skinny. But what type of animal was it? The darkness, the thing, started to move again, this time while I looked at it. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. Now, seeing it in motion, it didn't move like an animal at all. It moved on 2 legs, quickly, and it had small but proportionate arms, and a proportionate head with ears. Still, I couldn't make out any details on the face itself. I was shocked at what I was seeing, that I was seeing arms. It was moving in the direction of my neighbor's backyard, and as it crossed over, the security light on the side came on. It illuminated the space, and long enough for me to catch this thing running, then diving into the bushes and over my neighbor's fence, out of view. It honestly looked like a small human. I don't understand it. I felt too strange asking my neighbors if they had cameras hooked up, so I ended up letting it go, chalking it up to one of the strangest, unexplained events I've personally experienced. I find myself doing a double take almost every time I check the mail. I have yet to see it again, and given that I have no clue what it is, that's probably for the best. In my bedroom, the TV sits on the same wall as my bedroom door. So when sitting up, you can see the door. Oftentimes, I close my door, but at night, I tend to leave it open, just a crack, so my cat can come in and out easily. The door itself isn't one that swings open lightly, as it slightly rubs against the carpet. But my cat is no small boy, so he pushes through the crack, opening the door slightly, relatively easily. So I'm used to the noise of the door rubbing against the carpet, and I'm used to seeing my door slightly more open when he enters. Tonight, I was propped up, sitting forward on my bed. My room was dark. The only light was from the TV itself. In that moment, I'm setting the sleep timer on the TV. So, it gets even darker in my room. I hear the sound of my door rubbing against the carpet, and I see my door begin to open further. It stops where it normally would, slightly more open. But then it just keeps opening. I leaned even more forward to see where my cat was and how he managed to do that. I see no cat. I look behind me, and my cat is sleeping on the pillows against my headboard. I have no idea what opened my door. When I was about 8 years old, I saw a man get shot in the parking lot across the street from my house. If you travel down Highway 99 through Shoreline, you'll see now just a large parking lot, but it used to be a small strip club named Sugar's. Behind Sugar's is a street called Whitman Avenue. The gravel driveway of our house faced the street of Whitman. Directly across the street was the parking lot of Sugar's. You would think that having a strip club as your neighbor would be terrible, but it was never loud. The clientele aren't really ones who like to draw attention to themselves, and security was always in and out, smoking, reducing the creeps and loiterers who might want to wait outside for one of the women that worked at the establishment. It was fall and getting darker earlier, and although I would never leave the confines of my front yard, I used to play outside until it was my bedtime. My mom was a single mother and she had 2 jobs. Although that was enough to purchase a house in the 90s, it also meant that I was putting myself to bed at night. From her work phone in Linwood, she would call me and talk to me about my day, wishing me sweet dreams. One night, before the house phone rang with my mom's nightly call, I was playing with my action figures in the yard when the bliss of my imagination was interrupted by the crash of Sugar's back metal door being kicked open. I watched 2 bouncers emerge from the black doorway, holding some guy who clearly fucked up somewhere along his night. This man is literally tossed by his jacket into the concrete, and I hear the bouncers cuss at him, telling him to leave before they call the cops. I vividly remember that this is when I learned the word perv. After this whole incident, I asked my mom what that meant, forcing her to uncomfortably explain the definition while making breakfast the next day. Now hiding behind our shrubs, I continue to watch the spectacle taking place across the street. The man gets up and one of the bouncers immediately puts him back down with a punch. I've never seen someone get punched like that in real life, and the thud makes my stomach turn. He gets up, but this time, instead of going after security, he stumbles over to a car, and I see him open the trunk and grab something. Knowing what he's probably going to retrieve from there, I start to gather my toys to go inside. But before I could run, I hear pop, pop, pop. And the dark parking lot is briefly lit up by 3 brilliant white flashes. When I look up again, the man is slumped over on the hood of his car. One of the bouncers also had a gun, and also probably knew what this guy was going to get from his trunk. Within the hour, the scene is blocked off by police and the body is taken away by an ambulance. When my mom calls that night, I tell her everything. I'm pretty shaken up, but there's nothing that she can do. She works until 4. Her voice sounds like she's trying to hold back tears as she wishes me sweet dreams that night. With only movies as my reference, I didn't really have a concept of what I'd witnessed. Not really. I think that my mom was also not trying to scare me by downplaying the events. Later in that week, while outside, I'd see that man again, in the parking lot. He just stood there for hours. When the bouncers would come out to smoke, they just ignored him. He wasn't being confrontational, so that's why I thought that they were just looking past him, ignoring him. That evening, I sat in the kitchen while retelling my mom the events from school that day. My story led up to me mentioning that I'd seen that man, the one from the other day. At first, she didn't know who I was talking about. I say, the guy who lost the gunfight the other day. There was a pause on the receiver, and then I hear her say, "What?" I can again hear that her voice has an odd, nervous inflection. Trying to ease her worry, I tell her, "Don't worry. He's not causing any trouble. He's just standing there." Is he still standing there? She asked with the same tone. I say yes. I can see him through the kitchen window, and I could. My mother's voice no longer held composure when she demanded I lock the doors, shut the blinds, and stay away from the window. And now, as an adult, I knew why the man never came back. Not really. And why my mom's voice sounded like that when I said he did. But the significance of everything was only recently unrepressed, sparked by a drive through Shoreline on Highway 99. Passing by where Sugar's used to be, now just a parking lot, but I saw my old house. Over the years, a lot's been done or not done with it, depending how you look at it. But I'm still captured in a web of nostalgia, and eventually, an otherwise forgotten memory reaches my thoughts. And I think of the guy who stood in that parking lot all night, just staring at the men who had literally shot him down. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. I found myself saying this out loud, just putting it together in this moment of recalling the past. Nope. I put my foot on the gas a little more graciously as I departed, thinking at the time that some nostalgic memories need not to be unpacked. I recently read an article, which I've attached in case you're interested. that described a similar experience to the ones my family had while living in our first house. The similarity that made me recall these events, was a mimic. I didn't have a word for it before. Our family always referred to this as a copycat, though mimic is more sophisticated, really getting to the root of what this thing is doing. It was our first house, and we loved it. We've since moved on, living relatively far away from where all of these experiences took place. The house was built in the 1960s, and the owners that we bought it from were an elderly couple. They'd lived there for years. Shortly after purchasing the property and the home, we'd seen that there was a family graveyard in the backyard, essentially. 4 headstones dating back to the 1800s, hardly legible, other than the year itself on 2 of them, which was 1892. My husband and I were not superstitious or anything like that. If anything, we thought it was pretty great that we had a piece of history attached to this place. We also thought that it was nice that whoever built this house just a few decades ago had also decided to preserve the area. So the graveyard, or any graveyard really, not a deal breaker. We weren't able to find any information on the family, really, and seeing that the graves went back to the late 1800s, I thought we might not really ever know. All was well for quite some time, and the first experience was actually reported by my husband. This happened on the left side of our house, where the playroom and the laundry room are. This would later be deemed the no-no side by our youngest. My husband had been watching cartoons with our daughter in the playroom. He described becoming overwhelmingly tired, and that he must have just fallen asleep on the floor. He woke up, and he felt like somebody was in the room. He looked over towards the back corner of the room, where he saw a dark mist appear near the closet on the ceiling, and then evaporate. He moved our daughter to her room after that, and when he told me about it, I tried to ease his concerns, reminding him of sleep paralysis and bad dreams. But he insisted he was not asleep, saying it was in the same breath that he saw the thing evaporate, and he took our daughter to her room. Not long after his experience, I had one of my own. While the kids were napping, I was cleaning the playroom. While bending over to pick up some random toys, I saw the door to the closet start to close. Right when I looked at it, the door slammed shut. I shimmied out of the room pretty quick and called my husband. I think he was almost relieved that someone else had seen something. We had no idea what exactly to do. So my husband suggested playing some positive music or opening the windows. Something that he read, I guess. Not having any real plan of my own, I began opening all of the windows, and I put a random playlist on of studying music. Since I'd given up on putting the toys away, I decided to do some laundry, and I felt a bit sick when I walked past the playroom and saw that the closet door was now wide open. Ever since then, that door has closed or opened on its own multiple times. Up until we had eventually moved, I would occasionally get very panicked when near the basement door. This was the first thing that I noticed our kids were wary of as well. They never wanted to be near that door, and they never wanted to go down there. I suppose this could be chalked up to something that most people don't like, but the feeling was different. And the fear that my kids were showing me, well, it was real. It wasn't long after our own experiences that our children also had experiences of their own. They named the left side of the house the no-no side, our youngest telling us that someone told her no, no when she tried to get something out of the closet in the playroom. Then, the mimic. One afternoon while the kids were playing outside, I heard my daughter call out, "Mommy?" from one of the bedrooms. I answered back, but she didn't reply. I walked over to the room that it sounded like she'd called from, but once I got there, I was able to see her and the rest of our kids out the window. They were playing at the little graveyard, which is too far down the yard to hear her from, especially as clearly as I did. Refusing to accept this immediately, I opened the window and I yelled out to her, asking what she was calling me for. She looked confused. She started to run closer and shouted, "I didn't call you, Mommy." Part of me knew that already, though. Then on 2 separate occasions, something mimicked my husband. I was home alone, the kids were at school, husband at the store, and I hear the unmistakable sound of my husband coughing. I was completely freaked out this time. I knew the sound so well, and I just couldn't believe that that had just happened. When I told my husband about this, he was truly freaked out, saying that he was definitely considering getting us a new place if things were going to keep messing with me. The last time, I was reading something in the kitchen. My husband was sitting on the couch in the living room, which you can see from the kitchen table. Suddenly, I hear my husband's voice, first clearing his throat, and then saying, "Sorry about that. What did you say?" The voice, the sound, it came from the left side of the house, the no-no side. As the throat clearing began, I was looking right at my husband, and now he was looking right at me. Genuinely freaked out, he jumped up and exclaimed that was enough. He got on his computer and started researching. Long story short, the research really just ended up being my husband looking for a new house. He said he wasn't interested in dealing with the previous owners, even if they were deceased. I couldn't argue with him. I too thought it might be nice to not question my sanity day in and day out. So we moved, and I haven't had anything like that happen since. So, does anyone else have any experiences with a mimic? And what exactly do you think their purpose is? This was many years ago. I was about 15 at the time, so living at home with my family. I was home alone, though, in our basement/playroom, watching TV. I remember that I was getting caught up on Prison Break, while my mom, my dad, and my sister were visiting my grandparents. I stayed back because I was just over at their house earlier in the day, and I just wanted some time to watch what I wanted to watch. I was enjoying the show, but then I heard a thump upstairs. I knew that this was wrong. It felt off. My family wasn't home, and wouldn't be for a while. Plus, the front door made quite a ruckus when being opened. It wasn't like I had any weapons near me, so instead, I just hopped up and I moved out of sight from the basement door as I figured out what to do next. I was next to the entertainment center now, and I recalled that in the drawers there were flashlights. Also, there was this lamp sitting next to me, which in that moment I thought this would make a decent weapon. So I grabbed that too. Holding a flashlight in one hand and a lamp in the other, I just stood there. Suddenly, I had the distinct feeling that someone was behind me. But I knew that wasn't possible. My back was against a wall, with nothing but the outside on the other side. Either way, I was not against the wall anymore. Quickly, I turned around, and I saw nothing. Then I looked back towards the stairs to the basement door. Now I felt more uncomfortable down here. So uncomfortable that I booked it to the staircase with the items in hand, and I ran up the stairs, slamming the basement door. I then took a breath, but I scanned the entire upstairs area, and I heard something in the kitchen. Just movement, but it was coming from that direction. That's also where the phone was. I tried to concentrate on exactly where the noise was coming from. Then it stopped. I rounded the corner and I ran into the kitchen, waving my lamp and turning on the flashlight, hoping that it really would blind someone if I pointed it at them. But I realized no one was there. I turned on the kitchen light, but still, nothing there. Then I heard a loud bang on the door, and I felt someone was really there. When I checked the peephole, it looked like a package delivery person jogging away. That was strange, I thought. It was late, and I wasn't going to open the door to see what they delivered. So, false alarm, I thought. Then I looked away from the peephole, and I saw a person just standing outside of our window. I thought to myself, maybe this would be a good time to grab that phone. Not taking my eyes away from the window, I turned on the outdoor lights. But again, no one was there. I wasn't sure what to think, but my mind went straight to someone was messing with me. I didn't know why or how, but it just had to be. Then, another sound coming from the door. It sounded like muffled talking. And once the door opened, I could see that it was my family. But how did I know that this was my family if they were wearing masks? And why were they wearing masks? I thought I said something like, "Hey guys, what the heck? You think you're funny?" But it wasn't until after I said this I saw they had bats. I went to arm myself with the lamp, but somehow it did no good. And they were all ready to where I was standing, whacking me with their bats, then grabbing me, suffocating me, choking me. I jolted up, awake, on the couch. I said to myself out loud, I was dreaming. Then I heard the door start to open from upstairs. I thought I might pass out. It was my family, but they weren't here to hurt me. It took me a minute to realize that, though, as I laid there just listening to them having their normal conversations. As I laid there listening, I realized that my neck was incredibly sore. I didn't talk to my family about my dream, and I didn't bother explaining anything at the time. But when they went to bed, I went to the bathroom. I could see faint red marks around my whole neck. I rubbed it for a minute, and then I decided to go to bed in my own room. I never had an experience like this again, and I'm much older now. But to this day, I still remember that dream, if you can even call it that. Malakoff Diggins State Park. It's one of those places that you see signs for when you're driving down Highway 20, or the Yuba Donner Scenic Byway in Nevada City, Gold Rush Town. In 2013, myself and a few friends decided to visit Malakoff for a hike on the way back from Reno. No big deal. We hike a lot, and we're used to hot weather, strange terrain, etc. Well, we weren't used to what we experienced while we were in this particular park, and it made for a rather short hike. The park itself was pretty beautiful, and we could see from a map that there was a pond, Diggins Pond. It sat essentially at the center of all the various trail ends. We'd learned that Malakoff was actually part of an abandoned town, a small town that was filled with people that were chasing the gold rush. They'd even settled and had a schoolhouse built. It wasn't much of a town anymore, aside from that schoolhouse, but we weren't really there to stay. We just wanted to chase daylight, not in the car, find us a body of water, and then hit the road. My friend, we'll call her Carrie. Carrie and I were a bit ahead of everybody else, and we thought it would be funny to hide behind one of the various large rocks or trees that surrounded the trail. We wanted to scare the others. One of our friends was especially freaked out by the little abandoned town feel, so we knew that we'd get her good. We quieted our steps and found the perfect rock, boulder, and we just waited for our friends to pass. It's easy to realize how long you've been waiting for someone when you're in a crouched position. My thighs were starting to burn, and as Carrie and I looked at each other, it was clear that we were thinking the same thing. What's taking them so long? We slowly stood up and peeked out towards the trail. We couldn't see our friends. They probably got distracted by something shiny. We joked as we walked back in the direction of our friends. When our friends were in view again, we were greeted with a very serious, "There you guys are. What the hell?" And they went on about how that was so creepy and to not do that again. In this moment, Carrie and I were both sort of confused, asking if they thought that we were lost or something, saying that the funny thing was we were originally hiding over there. We pointed over the hill towards the rock, but you guys never showed up. Everyone was sort of quiet. And now, we all looked confused. The crying noises, you guys, the crying noises and the voices. Carrie and I looked at each other, then back at everyone else. What voices? We asked this almost in unison. Everyone gave us that look like, enough is enough, and it became clear that they weren't going to explain themselves. As we stood there in almost silence, I noticed that I had goosebumps. I looked around and everyone else did too, all along our arms and our legs. Maybe we're closer to the water than we thought. I started to say this when I was cut off. Shh. I was shushed by more than one of my friends. And at first, I was offended, but then I heard it. It sounded like crying. It sounded like children crying. We were all so focused and so silent that when something moved just behind us, we all jumped at the same time, trying not to make a sound, but unsuccessfully making a whole lot of it. Suddenly, it felt like something was near us, like watching us. We said to each other out loud that we should head out, but it felt like we couldn't move, like we couldn't leave the way that we'd came in. Like something was blocking us from doing that, or maybe it was our instincts telling us that something was over there, something that we didn't want to be a part of. We all sort of made a circle with our bodies, all of our backs facing one another, getting a full view of our surroundings. We could hear the sound of something heavy walking on the trail, but none of us could see anyone walking. We asked each other over and over, looking from trail end to trail end, but there was no one there, no one but us. I squeezed my friend's hands and I told them quietly that I thought something was getting closer. My friends nodded. No one else said anything for a while. It was clear now that the sound was much closer, practically in our bubble. But there's no one here or there. So what? It was Carrie that led the charge, declaring, "Whatever, let's go. This shit is too weird." And she took off running. So we followed suit. We hadn't gotten far when suddenly my friend yelled out, like she'd gotten hurt. So we all halted and turned back. She was on the ground. "Holy shit, you're bleeding." I know it's not exactly the best thing to say to someone who's injured, but I was yelling this as I reached for a towel and my first aid kit. But my friend said she was fine. She told me not to bother with the kit, that we just needed to get back to the car. I wasn't feeling right about just leaving her bleeding, but she was already up and going. So, again, I followed. Almost as soon as the car doors closed, my friend, the one that was hurt, started crying. But it was like, as soon as we went to comfort her, she snapped out of it and told us to start driving. So Carrie started to drive, and we sat in silence for a minute, pretty sure we were just decompressing. Something grabbed me. Something grabbed me and pulled me backwards. That's why I'm bleeding. Like, I didn't trip, you guys. I hate that place. At first, I didn't know what to think, but then it was like, oh yeah, we experienced something super weird before that happened. We were running because we knew something bad was there. You guys believe me, right? Like, what was that? My friend finally asked. Of course we believe you. I mean, I heard the crying, and that definitely wasn't me or Carrie. If that's the same crying that you guys heard, it wasn't us. The conversation after I said that just sort of spiraled, and we all recapped the nonsense we'd just experienced. Eventually, we'd been driving and talking about the weirdness so long that we didn't even notice that one of our friends hadn't said anything for quite some time. That's when we all learned together that Malakoff Diggins State Park has a bit of a dark past. We found several stories on the place, different variations of what really broke the town, but one story that continued to pop up. It was a dark one. The story of a school teacher who had murdered one of his students. But he hadn't just murdered a student. He'd murdered the child by hanging him from the rafters of the schoolhouse in front of the rest of the children. Yeah, it was one of the darker things I'd heard in a while. I mean, just know this, we aren't adrenaline junkies. We don't go to places with the intention of getting scared or anything like that. Had we known the dark history, we likely would have picked a different hike. It just sort of shook all of us, especially my friend who was grabbed. But it's been hard for all of us to grasp or conceptualize the idea that spirits or some unknown energy can actually hurt you. I mean, that just doesn't seem like it should be something that is possible. Yet here we are, talking about that time that it happened. Well, that's the only creepy experience I've ever had, but it's enough for me. We definitely always at least research the trails and parks that we go to now. We don't need a repeat of that one summer, we always say. We'll do anything to never have to hear the sound of children crying in the woods again. I live in a town called Woodstock. It's located in northern Illinois. It's more of a town than a city, in my opinion, because it has that historical feel, and the population is much less than, say, Chicago, where I grew up. Relatively close to my house is a large park called Emerickson Park, and I go there often. I'm familiar with the types of wildlife that I'll encounter, as well as the types of people. There aren't a lot of large animals in the area, not wild anyways. Maybe some domesticated goats and cows, but that's as big as you'll see around here. When it comes to people, it's typically older folks like myself that are out fairly early. And every now and then, you'll see some families. The trails become almost impossible in the winter, so this is my summer spot. There's a specific nature reserve spot that I always make my way to. It's a bit deeper into the trail and slightly off the beaten path. I wouldn't say that I'm the only one that uses it, but I will say that I don't typically see people when I take that way. This happened over the summer, in July. Many things remained closed at the time, so the normal buzz of the town had been off all summer, all year really. But nature didn't really go anywhere, so I spent every day at Emerickson. It was around 7 a.m., and I'd watched the sunrise at the park entrance. Decided to head in for my hike. I made my way to the makeshift path and headed towards the reserve. I was surprised when I made my way up the hill to see someone large standing with their back to me. But when I stopped, I realized that this wasn't a person. It was something, but covered in all black, not moving, standing there. The only thing my mind could accept was that it was a statue, the shape, the stillness, but a statue seemed almost more unlikely than anything else. I had been here practically every day for the last few months, including the day prior. There was no statue. And what a feat that would have been, to carry it all the way over here. During all of this, I'm not moving. I'm simply thinking about what I should do. It was becoming obvious that whatever I was seeing, I was looking at its back, and with the sun poking through the openings at the top of the trees, I could see that this thing appeared to have feathered or scaled skin. A large standing bird, but again, I know the types of birds here. And anywhere, really. They aren't over 5 or 6 feet tall. And the legs, they appeared so human-like, outside of the fact that they were completely black, and seemed to share the same scaly appearance that their back did. I noticed a vibration. Putting my hands in front of me, I could see that they weren't shaking, so this thing was moving. I tried to focus, and I saw it vibrate in place. The gargoyle-esque being then opened its wings. Now I could see that it was wings, and legs, and arms. Just as soon as I'd seen this, it was gone. It didn't just disappear, though. It more launched off, straight into the air. I imagine with the wings that I had just been exposed to moments earlier. I'll admit it, I was too afraid to run out into the clearing to get a better look at the sky. I had been sure that this thing was well over my height, and a force, a real force, one that I had no business trying to stand up against. Curious if anyone else has seen something like this before. My description is pretty much all I have, but I think that if you've seen it, then the description is all you need. When I was little, I saw the ghosts of 2 boys that used to live on my street. For some context, this was at the first house I lived in, and I was around 4 or 5. Keep in mind, I had a pretty overactive imagination as a kid, but this encounter felt so real and unlike anything I've experienced beforehand. But anyway, let's get into the story. I woke up in the middle of the night in my mother's room. I forgot why I was in my mother's room, but I remember that she was sleeping, and her room was lightened enough that I was able to look around the room. But when I looked towards her bedroom door, I saw 2 white figures playing. They appeared to be young, as they seemed smaller than, say, my father, and seemed around a little older than people my age that I knew. They also weren't transparent. These figures had actual mass to them. Like shadow people is the best way to describe it, but instead of black, they were white. Anyways, when I saw them, they stopped playing and stared right at me. My whole body froze, and I was unable to say anything. I didn't even want to wake my mother. I was that frightened to move. Then, the 2 figures started to walk to me, as excruciatingly slow as possible. As they crossed over to my side of the bed, one of the boys had reached his hand out to touch me, and then faded away just as he reached me. It wasn't until a few years later, when I brought this up with my dad, and he told me that he used to see a bunch of ghosts when he was a kid at our house. He grew up in my first house. But he never saw ghosts of 2 children. He did say that he heard a story growing up, that there were 2 boys that had died on the street that we lived on. One died falling down the stairs, and the other died in some other way that he couldn't recall. But he also didn't know these boys personally. That's all I've got. I've told a few people this, and they brought up sleep paralysis. But I felt like I could move. I was just afraid to move in that moment. I did say that I had an overactive imagination back then, so it is entirely possible that I imagined it all. But it felt so real and unlike any night terror that had been made up by my imagination. If you have any explanations, that would be awesome. But for now, I'll sign off on that note. Back in 2017, I used to live with my aunt in Minnesota. And while living with her, I had worked at a nearby Walgreens, which was about a 40-minute bike ride from her place. This happened on my way home after working the closing shift. Now, being somebody who does believe in paranormal and just bad stuff in general, I was always a little bit nervous making this bike ride at night. But mainly just because my mind would go wild. The route I take home is somewhat isolated. I have to go past a park and a lot of wooded areas. It's barely lit up. There aren't many streetlights or houses. I had just gotten to the park area where it's more naturey and woodsy. I was talking to an ex on the phone. They were currently my girlfriend at the time, as a way to ease my nerves on the way home. I had briefly looked down at my phone when I heard a weird, screeching sound, which caused me to look up. To my horror, there was a large, tall, deathly frail, humanoid creature. It looked very white and pale, almost as if it was sickly. Before I could really get a good look at it, it dropped onto all fours and leapt into the wooded area. Seeing this, I panicked and began to pedal as fast as I could. Meanwhile, I could hear the thing taking chase, but remaining hidden in the woods. I could hear branches constantly snapping, leaves crunching. This thing was in pursuit and out of view. I got about halfway through the route, to the point where nature stops being trees and woods and opens up into rolling hills, sort of flat grasslands. As soon as I got to this point, I heard the thing stop chasing me in complete silence. That's when I noticed a very peculiar scent. Blueberry pie, which really weirded me out because there are no houses, restaurants, or buildings of any kind in this area. So for the scent of a freshly baked blueberry pie, my favorite pie, seemed really sketchy. I paid no attention to it, as to me, it was coming from the distant hills, as if this thing was somehow creating the scent to draw me away from the sidewalk and towards it. So I kept pedaling, and eventually I made it to where the townhomes were, and back home safely, which, yes, I did throw my bike into the garage and run inside up to my bedroom like a frightened child. Just turned on the TV and the light. Now, it doesn't end there. Just a few days later, when I started forgetting about the thing that I had seen, I spent the day handing out candy for my aunt on Halloween. And I was watching YouTube until it was time to retire to bed. Shortly after I had gone to my room, I again heard that weird screeching sound. And for some reason, my idiot self decided to check out the window. And there, about 40-50 feet away from the house, standing underneath a few trees, was the creature thingy, which made me quickly just close the window and shut the blinds. The next day, surprisingly, my aunt asked if I had heard the sounds last night and if I had seen the thing as well. From what she'd told me, she'd heard the noises too and wanted to see what was going on. So she took the dog and went into the backyard and had seen the thing standing there. Almost immediately, it dropped to all fours and leapt away. Now, when it comes to this thing's size, I'd say it stands on 2 feet. It's about 7 to 8 feet tall, and I'm 6'5", so it was quite taller than me. It looked very pale, like it was nothing but skin and bones. Yet, it moved incredibly fast, leaping the way that it did, and keeping speed, if not going faster, than my bike. If you have any thoughts on what this is, I'm curious. Because other than being terrifying, I have no idea. In my bedroom, the TV sits on the same wall as my bedroom door. So when sitting up, you can see the door. Oftentimes, I close my door, but at night, I tend to leave it open, just a crack, so my cat can come in and out easily. The door itself isn't one that swings open lightly, as it slightly rubs against the carpet. But my cat is no small boy, so he pushes through the crack, opening the door slightly, relatively easily. So I'm used to the noise of the door rubbing against the carpet, and I'm used to seeing my door slightly more open when he enters. Tonight, I was propped up, sitting forward on my bed. My room was dark. The only light was from the TV itself. In that moment, I'm setting the sleep timer on the TV. So, it gets even darker in my room. I hear the sound of my door rubbing against the carpet, and I see my door begin to open further. It stops where it normally would, slightly more open. But then it just keeps opening. I leaned even more forward to see where my cat was and how he managed to do that. I see no cat. I look behind me, and my cat is sleeping on the pillows against my headboard. I have no idea what opened my door. The first paranormal thing I ever experienced was when I was about 11 years old or so. I'm at my great-aunt's house, spending the night with my cousins. We're in my older cousin's room watching kid movies on VHS. She's gone at a friend's house spending the night. Me and my favorite cousin are on the bed, while my brother and little cousin were on the ground watching the movie. I guess I somehow fell asleep without remembering that I laid down or even closing my eyes. I wake up in the middle of the night, laying still on the bed, when I see in the middle of the hallway, floating near the chandelier, is a shadow-like man with those old-fashioned hats. Whenever I blinked, he disappeared. Now, he was in the mirror, where it looked like he was standing next to my brother and little cousin. I blink again, and it's standing right next to me. I closed my eyes and oddly fell back asleep right away. At first, I thought it was a dream, but I realized it couldn't be if I saw that my brother and little cousin were sleeping on the floor, which I didn't know was going to happen because I assumed they were just going to watch the movie with us and go to sleep in the living room, like usual. I told my aunt about it, and my older cousin believed me and talked about how they had paranormal things happen to them. It's weird because I saw on these shows of people who had sleep paralysis. They saw the same figure as me, which made me realize, did I even move my body and head when I was looking at this figure? Or was I in sleep paralysis? About 4 years ago, I moved to Seattle. I was renting a studio in Pioneer Square, and though Seattle can be rough, I never actually had issues around my building. Carried my pepper spray, but never had to use it. Sometimes, when walking alone, I'll glance behind me every now and again, usually to make sure no one's following me. Or if someone's behind me, I become aware of that person, moving out of the way if necessary, or getting my pepper spray in the event they try something funny. I turned around as a force of habit and saw that there was someone behind me. A tall, bald man in a suit, carrying a briefcase. Nothing too sketchy about it, I thought, but I did a double take. He was wearing sunglasses. I thought that part was strange right away, being as it was 8 o'clock at night. People being out and about made sense, but there definitely wasn't any more sun to shade. I couldn't hear any footsteps, but I figured that was the heavy rain's fault. Eventually, still a few blocks from my building, I hear what sounds like someone running. So I move closest to the street, nervously, preparing to cross if I had to. I turn to see what the heck the running's about, but there's no one there. I glance around as I kept walking, but couldn't decide where this guy went, or where the running came from. Rounding the corner to the street of my building, out of my periffs, I see someone behind me, close behind me, and they behave a lot like the man in the sunglasses. Anxiety kicks in and I turn around to see. It's definitely the same man. I pick up the pace, but it sounds like they're right behind me. Without a second thought, I shuffle up towards the next building, through its well-lit parking lot, and to its doorway. It's not my building, but at least I'd be somewhere with people. At least he wouldn't know where I lived. I could still hear footsteps. Quick glance tells me that he's still close. So, with pepper spray in hand, I stop near the door, turn around firmly. No one's there. I'm confused, and then terrified again. A couple blocks down is my building, and standing in front of my building's entrance is Sunglasses Man. There was no way this man got from behind me to my building in that amount of time. With the man standing there, I decided to go in the opposite direction, to the closest bar. But as I walked away, I felt my legs literally turn to jello. I could see that he was walking away too, and I was scared. I thought, should I call the police? Phone in hand, I looked behind me again. No one. I looked up towards the buildings, and nobody there either. I was about to put my phone away as I went across the street to the bar, figuring I might as well chill out with a drink. But I can't cross the street, because crossing the street, coming right towards me, is the same man. It's not every evening that you see someone appear and reappear in other places, like defying logic and time, or defying actual sidewalks and highways, literal structures. It wasn't even possible, but here I was. I quickly dial 911, put the phone in my pocket, and book it in the opposite direction as quickly as possible. I buzz myself into my door, close the door immediately, and look out. The man was standing at the edge of my parking lot. I swear, I thought he was going to do something really cliché and creepy, like wave or smile. But he just stood there, facing me. I heard the faint sound of someone talking, and I hesitated to turn around again. It was, "Hello? Hello? Are you there?" 911. I fumbled for my phone, apologizing and explaining the situation to the operator. She asked if he was still standing there, but he wasn't. She sent a couple of officers out that night. I wouldn't say they didn't believe me, more that they weren't believing this man was transporting from place to place. They floated the idea that it was possibly more than one person. It felt dismissive, but I didn't have any other explanations either. I never saw the man again, but I haven't lived in Seattle for almost 2 years. Curious if anyone else in the area has ever had an encounter like this one, seen someone do something that you couldn't explain. So this is a true story that happened when I was in the 5th grade. We lived across the street from a broken-down building, and next to the building had a basketball hoop. Me and my brother would play there all the time. Now, the basketball hoop and the building, they don't really have anything to do with the story. It's more to set the scene. To get to the basketball hoop, we had to cross a main street. I live in a small town, so we had very few streets like this. But again, I was in the 5th grade, and my brother was in the 7th grade. So one day, we were walking to the basketball hoop, and we hit the street. I'm a jumpy little kid, and I go to cross the street when a white car with no driver, as I remember, came and hit me. Now, as soon as this happened, I woke up. It's just a silly little dream. Right. Well, the next night, I had the same dream. And the next night, and the next night. This went on for about a week or two. So because of this, I decided not to go to the basketball hoop anymore. But one day, my brother wants me to go over there, and at the time, me and my brother were kind of disconnected. So I was actually happy he wanted to do something with me. We walk over to the basketball hoop. I go to cross the street. And of course, a white car with no driver is just about to hit me. But my brother pulls me onto the sidewalk without a second thought. He saves my life. It was his idea to not tell my parents because he thought even though he saved me, they'd be mad at me and him for being careless. But it happened about 2 or 3 days later. Same exact car had now nearly killed me twice. This all happened on the same street around the same time. And to this day, I still can't explain it. Every time it was about to hit me, my brother saved me. And we would look at the car as it continued driving. Then, later, I learned something. When I was very little, like younger than I was at that time, my mom had an all-white car that looked exactly like the one we'd seen. And apparently, one night, she was drunk and nearly hit a kid on the same crosswalk. We moved from that house about less than a year later, but it's a small town, so I do walk by the basketball hoop all the time, but I've yet to cross the street in the same spot. So, what do you think? What do you think was really happening here? My husband and I bought a house in California. It was newly renovated and small, perfect for our small family of 4. Before it was renovated, drug addicts had squatted in the house for months. And so even though the history wasn't good, I never felt any dark energy in the house. Skip forward 8 years later. A family member was temporarily living with us, and without our knowledge, was using heavy drugs. Of course, once we discovered that, we immediately had them leave and get help. We found out that they'd been using drugs in our garage, where our washing machine and dryer are located. After they moved out, I began to feel dark energy in the darkness near our garage door. Whenever I went to do laundry, I felt this menacing male spirit glaring at me from the darkness. Being terrified in the garage, I would rush through the laundry and run inside. That was my routine. This happened for 3 years. Eventually, my husband would burn sage and walk through the house, especially the garage. It seemed to help. Months later, I was doing the laundry at night. While I was distracted by my thoughts, I heard a voice that sounded like a male. It was breathing heavily behind my ear. I immediately ran out of the garage. This happened one other time. The paranormal weirdness has gone away, but I still feel slightly afraid while in the garage. But this fear feels different. I think that it is due to memories of the bad energy, and maybe not so much bad energy itself. It was probably only after my close call that my mind really started to run away with what could have happened were it not for my dog. I'm a 26-year-old female. I live with my fiance, my 2 cats, and my dog, Rowan. Our house is literally less than a minute away from a huge farmer's field that is frequented by many dog walkers at all times of the day. me and my significant other often take turns walking Rowan around the field throughout the day. It was only around 7:30 p.m., and it was still really bright and sunny. Rowan was letting me know that it was time to go for a walk, so while my partner was tinkering in the garage, I grabbed his leash and headed to the field. Let me quickly tell you about Rowan. He's a 2-year-old Rottweiler who's very loving and playful, if a little daft, but would not hurt a fly, not a bad bone in his body. He's also extremely well trained. We made sure to put the effort in as he's a big dog breed with a bad rep, so we wanted to make a point of not feeding stereotypes. I'm very much of the opinion that there's no bad dogs, just bad owners. Unfortunately, we've had some run-ins with some not-so-good dog owners, so Rowan gets a little nervous when meeting new dogs and people, but we're working on it. Anyways, back to the story. We're walking around the farmer's field, and Rowan is off sniffing and peeing on every single blade of grass in sight. And I always keep an eye out for other walkers anyway, due to Rowan being a little nervous. So I clocked a guy walking on his own down the path toward me, fairly far away. At first, I thought nothing of it, as plenty people walked this route without their dogs. We were just coming out of lockdown in the UK. As the guy got closer, I noticed that he was in a full tracksuit with the hood up, which was odd. It was 23 degrees Celsius, so shorts and t-shirt weather. He then took a small path off the field, leading through some bushes. It was a public-made shortcut rather than an official public footpath. But it was well enough used, so I kept walking, thinking nothing of it. At about 15 meters away from the path he took, Rowan shot back to my side, immediately dropping the mouthful of dirt he'd been pretending not to eat. I petted him, and I noticed that he was standing super alert, staring at the path entrance. When I looked up, I caught a glimpse of the man peeking around the edge of the bushes that concealed the entrance. I stopped dead in my tracks, and Rowan's fur stood on end as he positioned himself in front of me. It took me a second to realize that this man had been watching and waiting in the bushes for me to approach. My current route would have meant I'd be walking right by the path's opening. My stomach dropped as I realized we were the only ones around on the field. I had this weird moment where I was almost trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. But then the guy whistled. Not a wolf whistle, but as if he were trying to get my dog to come to him. Rowan was having none of it, though, and I definitely took that as my cue to trust my stranger danger instincts. I immediately turned around and sped walked back the way we came, simultaneously pulling out my phone and dialing my partner's number. I ended up having to clip on Rowan's leash to get him to walk with me, and he was not taking his eyes away from the path. He was even growling a little, which was so out of character, and it put me on edge even more. I glanced back, and the man had edged slightly out of the bushes, watching me walk away. My partner answered the phone after a few rings. I was only halfway through stammering out the story, and he was already sprinting up to the field to meet me, telling me to stay on the phone, but to keep an eye on the man. The man in the tracksuit now fully came out of the bushes and just stood, staring at me, walking away. I dared a quick look away from him, towards the entrance of the field, to see my fiancé jogging towards me. He was relieved I was okay, but was also immediately pointing and shouting, "Is that him?" Clearly furious at what this man might have had in mind, had Rowan not picked up on him hiding in the bushes. I eventually convinced my fiancé not to confront him, as he was still standing, staring, almost taunting us. You never know what people might be capable of, or have concealed. We came off of the field and took Rowan on a different walk, which he was more than happy about.
I've never been so proud of Rowan for stepping up and protecting me. Safe to say he got plenty of treats and fussing when we got home. So, creepy man in the bushes, let's not meet. I'm 19, and I was at a mall in France with my friend in the afternoon, around 4 p.m. After a few hours in that mall, we decided to go home. For that, we had to take the subway. The subway station was underneath the mall, so we took the escalators to get to the station. My friend was behind me, on my right, on the escalators. I suddenly felt someone staring at me, and really close to me. I naturally thought that it was my friend, but it wasn't. I turned my head and I saw my friend looking at the man who was standing behind me. I first thought that he wanted to overtake me to go faster in the escalator, so I moved to let him pass. At this point, I'm at the right on the escalators, my friend just behind me, and the man in front of me is at the left. But weirdly, he wasn't watching in front of him. He'd turned around to stare at me. At this point, I understood that he didn't want to go faster, but just wanted to be close to me for some reason I didn't really want to know. My friend and I were a little bit confused, and we were talking to make it less weird and awkward. As we walked off the escalators to take the stairs that finally lead to the station, the man was still in front of us and suddenly stopped. He turned around, stopped me, and asked me where the mall was. This made no sense as we were in it. I politely told him that we were in the mall. Then he started to talk faster as he saw that we wanted to go to the station. He was next to me and asked me if I wanted to become his mistress. He seemed thrilled and tried to convince me by saying he would buy me a lot of clothes and that I could become his doll. At this point, I knew that I better run away with my friend. We started to run, took the stairs, and as fast as we could, entered the station. We stopped to check if he was following us. Fortunately, he wasn't. A few weeks later, I was on the train with another friend, and we were talking about that mall, saying that we should go there together someday. As we were talking about the mall, I told her what had happened to me the last time I went. She seemed confused and asked me to describe the man. So I described him as white, chubby, short man, mid-50s with gray hair. She looked even more confused, and she told me that the last time she was at this mall with a friend of hers, a man who looked exactly like my description came up to them and asked for directions to the mall. They answered him, and then they went to the McDonald's in the mall. They were at the order machine and noticed that the man was standing behind them. My friend turned around and asked him why he'd followed them. He started to say some incoherent things, and finally asked for their numbers, telling them how attractive they were. They both told him to leave, but he didn't. He finally left because of the amount of people who were entering the place. So I conclude that this man has his own modus operandi and his location. I haven't gone to that mall since because of lack of time and then quarantine. So I don't know if he's currently still hanging in that mall. Next time I go there, I'll check out if he's there or not. If he is, I'll make an update. I know that those kinds of things happen a lot, but I felt insecure that day and wondered what would have happened if there were less people around us. So I was about 7 or 8 months pregnant with my daughter, and I was 20 years old at the time. I needed to stop and get makeup from the dollar store on my way home from work. I've done it 1,000 times before. This dollar store is literally 3 minutes from my house, and it's my go-to store when I need something fast and cheap. Well, I go in, and I start browsing. It's the dollar store, It's not like I was actually going to leave with just makeup. But I noticed this guy walking behind me. No big deal, right? He's probably just doing the same thing I'm doing, looking at junk. So I grab a few things, throw it into my basket, all while the dude is casually following me down aisle after aisle, looking at the junk. Eventually, I move on to the makeup aisle. I'm standing there, trying to decide which $5 foundation I'm going to butcher next. And I kid you not, this man is suddenly standing next to me in the makeup aisle. And by next to me, I mean less than a foot away, looking at lip stain. Now at first, I wasn't too concerned. Again, it's the dollar store and people are weird. But something about him being so close to me in that moment really wigged me out. Here I am, a 5'2", very pregnant post-teen, essentially a watermelon person, who struggled to walk, let alone run more than 20 feet at a time without having to stop and catch my breath. Of course, the only thing going through my head was, Jesus, I'm too tired to be kidnapped right now. Which at the time, I thought was a joke. Who would even attempt to snatch a pregnant lady? I doubt I'd even fit in their van. Imagine the amount of inconvenient, non-criminally consistent bathroom breaks. That really put a damper on their plans. You know, all those dumb, unrealistic thoughts that you think and try to make yourself feel less weird in a weird situation. Anywho, I acknowledge that this guy is creeping, and I grabbed the last foundation bottle that I had looked at, not caring if it was even the right color, and I went to the counter to check out. Dude followed me again. He was right behind me in line with absolutely no merchandise. Guess he ended up buying candy or something from the counter. I paid for my crap and immediately called my fiancé, who was at work, before walking out of the store. I made a point to state, somewhat loudly, that I needed him to stay on the phone with me until I pulled out of the parking lot. I was pretty freaked out by this point, but I made it to my car and out of the parking lot. Cool, almost home. I happened to glance in my rear view at a red light, and the guy was, I kid you not, behind me in his car. Through tears and absolute panic, I ended up pulling into a gas station that my fiancé's best friend was managing. Dude followed me there too. So I ended up waiting in the office for Dude to finally leave, 15 minutes later. Fiancé's friend wanted to call it in, but I was tired and high off of pregnancy hormones. I wasn't sure if this guy was actually following me or if I was just overreacting and paranoid. I didn't want to get this guy in trouble for just running errands or whatever, so I convinced him not to. Thinking about this now, I probably should have let him call. This happened about a month ago, and I still cannot shake this traumatic event. I'm a receptionist for a professional office building in Pasadena, California. A female in my mid-20s who spends the long, boring days at my desk listening to my favorite murder, crime junkies, and my new obsession, Let's Not Meet. So, it was a normal Tuesday at the office. I get off around 6 p.m. and lock everything up. I make my way down the stairs to the lit-up parking lot and say goodnight to the standing security guard. I pull out my keys in preparation for the long walk to my car, which is located in the employee parking lot. You see, the employee parking lot is a block away from my office building, on a secluded street, with literally no streetlights or through traffic. I'm not sure why this street has 0 streetlights, but it does. Normally, it's not that dark by 6 p.m., but since it's November, it's pitch black by that time. So as a routine, I always pull out my keys while I'm in the well-lit-up parking lot and call my boyfriend just in case I get murdered or something. This situation made me realize that
my boyfriend cannot help me through the phone. So I'm talking to my boyfriend, keys in hand, and I see a tall, dark figure on the sidewalk that I'm walking on to get to my car. I say something to my boyfriend, and I see the dark figure walking towards me. So I flip my phone light on, and I shine it in his face. He says in less nice words and aggressively, "Who are you talking to?" I immediately go off the sidewalk and into the street to get away from him, and I say, "My boyfriend?" I could tell right away that he was a dirty meth head homeless man with a huge beard, khaki shorts, and a ball cap. He then starts yelling at me, more obscenities, and again, "Who are you talking to?" but louder. Then he follows me into the street. I literally stop and show him my phone like an idiot trying to prove that I wasn't talking to him. He then comes up to me at an arm's distance and starts calling me awful names and demanding that I go to the other side of the street, as if he owned the place. We are both in the middle of the street now. I knew if I crossed to the other side, I would just have to cross again, as my car was on the side of the crazy homeless man. I told him, aggressively, "Get away from me. I'll call the police right now." And I had the most disgusted look on my face. He then puts his hands in the shape of a gun and puts his fingers up to my head in the middle of a pandemic. And in a meth-induced slur, he says, "I'll kill you. Right here, you. I'll kill you." My heart sank. At that moment, I realized this guy was out of his mind, angry and violent. I start to rush towards my car, all while my boyfriend's on the phone saying, "What's going on? Get in your car. Put your keys between your fingers and run." I see the man run towards my car. Luckily, I dodged him. I pressed the unlock button and got in super quick. He's now standing in front of my car and proceeds to kick the front bumper hard, screaming at me, saying, "I better not call the cops," on repeat. He then runs behind the dumpster and is like spying on me from behind the dumpster as I'm pulling out. He then starts running around my car towards the front, and I truly thought I'd have to run him over. He starts chasing my car down the road and then stops at his belongings. I peel into my office building and I flag down the security guard, hysterical. I told him there's a crazy man that just threatened to kill me. I call the cops and see that the man is booking it down the street, which gave me the perfect view of his face and outfit. The cops sent officers out and I left the scene 5 minutes later. The crazy man was still on the corner, just standing there when I was leaving. So I yelled something at him as I drove off. He tried to run after my car. Apparently, the cops couldn't find him, even sent a helicopter. I later found out that he'd tried to rob my coworker that night, but was unsuccessful. The next morning, I saw the crazy man back in front of the employee parking, but 2 cop cars were surrounding him. He was arrested. I was happy, but anxious that I had to see this crazy man yet again. He proceeded to hang around that street for the next 2 weeks. I constantly saw him in the morning and on my lunch. I was so paranoid that he was looking for me. I thought that that's why he kept coming back. He must be looking for me. I messaged our office building manager, and they got a trespassing order on the dude. I hadn't seen him again until this Monday. He was sleeping at the exact same spot where I encountered him. My heart sinks every time I see him, and I relive my trauma all over. Our office building now has employees move cars over from the employee parking lot to the main around 4 so that no one's walking in the dark anymore. And we use a buddy system now. I've got 2 pepper sprays that I don't go anywhere without. I always thought that my obsession with true crime had prepared me for any scary situation. After this night, I realized that no amount of true crime pods could have prepared me to to fight off someone who has the will to harm me. If this man had a real gun, I'd be done for. So, crazy meth head homeless man that almost killed me, let's not meet. I grew up in Fort Myers, Florida, one of the most southern points of the state. Our neighborhood wasn't inherently dangerous, but could be seedy at times. Questionable characters weren't uncommon, but not anticipated. One day, when I was about 6 or 7, my friend and I wanted to have a lemonade stand in my driveway. We were pretty young, but my mom and grandma watched us from the front porch, so no one thought anything of it. Everything was fairly normal at first. Most customers consisted of a few high school girls on their way to the mall, an elderly couple walking their terrier, a young man, presumably on his way to work. At one point, my mom went inside to make lunch, and my grandma had gone to the restroom. Neither could have been gone longer than 10 minutes, but for one crucial minute, their absences overlapped. An eggshell-colored van with windows illegally tinted opaque pulled in, parking along the curve where the sidewalk dips into our driveway. The engine did not stop. The car merely idled in park as the black glass on the driver's side rolled down. "You girls selling drinks?" A rusty voice crackled from a very fair, thin man with stubble and smoker's teeth. His hair was short, if it could even be considered present. His eyes were hooded and dark despite being blue. The white tank top he wore had nondescript staining, and his arms looked dirty, a thin veil of gray polishing them. "Yes, sir," my friend answered naively. She began to pour a glass for him, giddy and unaware. We were saving up for scooters. The man's voice was unsteady and urgent as he asked, "Would you mind bringing that over here? I'm in a rush and I can't get out of the car." My friend handed me the drink and said, "Of course she will." I stared at the cup, something pressing my heels to the concrete driveway. He must have sensed my apprehension, since that was the moment he pulled out a $50 bill, seemingly from nowhere, and began to wave it in the window. I couldn't tell what was urging me to stay put when there was a yellow brick road leading me to a new scooter, and then some. I walked to the van, assuring myself that we could pack up and go inside after this transaction since we would have made so much. Somehow, that made me feel better, like this would be over quickly, and this man would be gone, never to look at me again. I held the drink out to him and I said, "Here." In a predatory flash, his iron grip swallowed my petite wrist whole, closing my arm into a headlock of sweat and dirt that he had caked into his palms. I felt his nails dig into my flesh for a split second. The sound of my mom calling my name made my head turn. She was bounding out of the house with speed only a mother has. As quickly as it happened, his hand released mine. Never have 3 to 5 seconds felt like such an eternity. The van reversed into our neighbor's mailbox, only to continue rocketing down the street until it disappeared by turning down the main road behind our corner. We couldn't see the license plate that way. Cops were called, a report was made, and eventually the incident was dropped. Without a plate number, there wasn't much that could be done. But as I've gotten older, I've become more acclimated to the harsh reality of sick men in this world, and I still find myself wondering, what would have happened had my mother stayed inside a moment longer? Did he take other little girls? Was I the only one to escape? Was he ever caught? Would I have been assaulted, imprisoned, killed, or all three? Who was that man, and what otherworldly force spared my life?